Welcome to Peter and Ruffy's Saturday Football Show, bringing you all the action across Great Britain with the emphasis very much on Scottish football this afternoon. In the studio with me, Alan Ruff, Gordon Smith and Frank McAvenny. Delighted to have all three pundits here. Great goalie, good midfielder and a good striker. That's all you need. For 4 hours this afternoon, where we'll keep you up to date with the goals as they hit the back of the net. Not only in Scotland, we'll have the League Cup semi-final to look forward to as well at Tynecastle, Hibs against St Johnstone, and we'll also bring you right up to date with what's happening in the FA Cup this afternoon as well. So much to look forward to, and I think actually there's a goal already in the early kick-off. Colchester 0, Tottenham Hotspur 1. So that's you right up to date with that. Alan Ruff, Gordon Smith and Macca are all fit and ready. Hibs against St Johnstone, League Cup semi-final, the first of two this weekend. Ross County against Celtic on the Sunday at Hampden. But today, I think the early news, Ruffy, is that Anthony Stokes is not even in the Hibs squad. A back strain rules him out of today's semi-final.
Yeah, I think that'll be quite a shock to the Hibs supporters who were eagerly waiting to see him maybe get 90 minutes, and we were all talking about how much he would possibly influence that game with the experience that he's got. So that's just something they'll have to go over. Obviously, the people in the know at Hibs would know exactly whether he was going to make it or not. So they've had time to readjust, and that looks as if what they've done.
The thing is, I haven't played much with him, so it's not as if there's they're losing somebody that's developed a sort of style of play. He's only come on as a sub in one game, so it's not going to be as much of a blow as it would have been if he'd been playing regularly and maybe getting goals, but it still is a bit of a blow considering the fact that he is a regular goal scorer and you've a player who wasn't cup tied, and they could have played him in this semi-final.
Well, you know, that's what happens when you don't play every week. Your muscles get tighter. I know he's training and all that, but it's totally different in a game, Peter. When you're in a game situation, you're sharp, your mind, everything, you're doing things quicker than what you do in training. So that'll be maybe just a wee niggle, and they're just taking precautions on it.
Well, it looks like obviously they get rid of Malonga this week too. So you know they're two strikers shorter than they would have been at the beginning of the week. You know that's it'll probably be Keating's, Cummings up front now, won't it?
Cummings and Dagnall.
Dagnall playing,
is going to start for Hibernian. We'll get the latest from Craig Turnbull just shortly on that, guys. But I mean, Stokes would have been a real bonus for them in the game. But does that hamper or alter your thoughts, Ruffy, in what you were saying earlier in the week?
Well, we didn't really know whether he was going to get 90 minutes. You know, he might have just played the last 15 or something like that, but certainly having him on the team line would have given St Johnstone something to think about. I think if you're in the St Johnstone dressing room, you're going to feel a wee bit more at ease, you know, that he's not going to appear. But it's certainly still going to be a difficult game, and but I still think Hibs have just got a wee march on them.
Yeah, OK, well, let's hear from both managers ahead of this one. Of course, Alan Stubbs knows what it's like to play in finals, but certainly wouldn't like to lose out just getting to the last four.
It's never nice to get to the latter stage of any cup.
We'll come back to that a little later
system.
on, and we'll hear from Tommy Wright as well. Lost the pictures on that one, but I think the point he's making is quite simply, Gordon, that you know, you've worked so hard to get to the last four, and at that last hurdle, when maybe, and we were talking to Peter McDonald about it last night on the programme, when you get to the edge and you think to yourself, oh, I could be winning a cup here. Yeah,
well, certainly in terms of it's been a good cup run as well, because you know the fact is that you know to get to this position, Hibs, they've knocked out Aberdeen and Dundee United. You know, so they've beaten two Premier League sides to get to where they are. Whereas St Johnstone, I don't think have played the Premier League side yet in the competition, so they've had an easier run. So that's why Hibs, you're so desperate when you've got an opportunity to get to a final, especially when you're a division below. It's a marvellous achievement if they can get there. So I think that's why slightly I think there'll be pressure on them, because I think they will be made favourites for the game. I think a lot of people do believe Hibs are going to win this game, and even Tommy Wright's saying Hibs are obviously favourites because they're a greater spending power and all that. He's putting Hibs under a little bit of pressure, the way Alan Stubbs did with Mark Warburton a little bit. Yeah. You know, you've got more money than us, so therefore you should beat us, type of thing. And Tommy Wright's doing the same. Yeah, and of course Tommy Wright is maybe taking a little bit of the heat off the players ahead of this one, Macca, because he's focusing on the fact that he feels as if they've got the rough end of the stick, as he puts it, because of the ticket allocation.
Yeah, but it's one of these situations. What he's saying is probably correct. and he's taking the pressure off his players as well when he's coming out in the papers and he's doing all the talking rather than his players. But it's a massive game for him. I said during the week that Hibs would beat St Johnstone, but only because Anthony Stokes is such a big influential player, especially in big games. With him not playing, I think St Johnstone will beat them now.
Yeah.
I really do. I'll change my mind and go for St Johnstone today.
Well, there you are. I mean, look at Ruffy with a wry smile on his face. Everybody's allowed to change their mind, even Mako on this one. But I mean, would you place as much of an emphasis on Anthony Stokes in turning a game like this around, Ruffy?
Yeah, well, as Gordon said, he hasn't been a regular. Yeah, we all know what he can do. I mean, he came on for a short spell last week and scored. He's always got that in his locker. But no, I think the Hibs team picks itself just about, and they'll go out there and work hard, as Gordon said. They've beaten Aberdeen, they've beaten Dundee, and I would have to say that St Johnstone aren't any better than these two.
Yeah, okay. We're going to talk about strikers in general because there are 4 strikers that could make all the difference over the course of the weekend, the League Cup semi-finals. There are Premiership matches on in Scotland as well as the lower leagues, but the weather, which I think Storm Gertrude has really had a major say in, has affected and called off a few games. We'll go over the games that have been postponed. We'll be heading, of course, to the League Cup semi-final at Tynecastle, and we'll be having a chat with a few of our reporters at the key games across the other divisions, as well as looking at the FA Cup as well. Macca's here, Ruffy and Gordon Smith join us after the break. Welcome back to Peter and Ruffy's Saturday Football Show. Every Saturday afternoon, 2 o'clock till 6. We'll keep you up to date with the football, the goals. No shortage of opinion on this programme with Gordon Smith, Alan Ruff and Frank McAvenny. League Cup semi-finals to look forward to, and of course no shortage of fixtures in the league as well. Premiership, Championship, League 1 and League 2. We'll have Des McKeown giving us an update and a preview of Rangers against Falkirk, which is another mouth-watering game this afternoon. And we'll also keep you right up to date with the FA Cup. Tottenham now 2 goals up at Colchester. Let's switch our attention to the League Cup semi-final. We talked about the strikers on offer for Hibs. We'll also find out what Tommy Wright has in store for Alan Stubbs' side. There for the big preview at Tynecastle, Craig Turnbull.
Yeah, this one has the makings of being a real cracker. It's Premiership versus Championship to decide for a League Cup final showdown against Celtic or Ross County. The main build-up to this game has centred around the ticket row, with St Johnstone's Tommy Wright really quite unhappy and saying that it's another example of small clubs being trampled on. He was also very unhappy at a picture being superimposed of Michael Harlan being superimposed in the Rangers top on the SPFL website. So these two grievings certainly giving his side some motivation heading into this game. The form that they've had heading into this game hasn't been great. They've last 6 games without a victory and just 1 goal in that time, and that is in complete contrast to Hibernian, who have had just 1 defeat in the last 22, and will surely have no fear of facing Premiership opposition today, having disposed of Aberdeen and Dun United on their way to this semi-final. Stubbs also well aware of Hampden Hurt last year, of a defeat to Falkirk in the semi-final and also losing to Rangers in the playoffs, so that will spur on his side today to make sure that they don't feel that pain again at 10-5. The last time these two sides faced in the League Cup in the semi-final was in 2007. It was here at Tynecastle. Hibs won by 3-1. Since then, and they went on to win the Cup that year, since then St Johnstone have won the Scottish Cup in 2014. Both sides desperate to add silverware to the cabinet. It should be an absolute cracker here at Tynecastle. It's Hibs versus St Johnstone.
Yeah, really looking forward to that one. We'll be back with Craig with the full lineups from that match. We talked about the striking prowess of Hibernian. What about Stephen McLean, Ruffy? Here's a man who scored 11 goals, just signed a new 2-year deal. He had an injury a couple of years back that curtailed his first team appearances, but when he's fit, I think he's as good as anyone. Yeah,
and anybody we've had on the show has said he's always a player that they've got to keep their eye on, particularly inside the box. You know, he's always there or thereabouts. He's good at nicking, you know, just inside the 6-yard line. And he's got to be watched, obviously, with Halloran, you know, the pace he's got wide, you know, and supplying good quality balls into the box. It's something they'll have to keep their eye on. And these two are going to be the 2 danger men today for St Johnstone.
Yeah, I mean, the face of Michael O'Halloran superimposed onto a Rangers strip is just possibly just one of those errors from someone who updates the website. I mean, I don't think there's any great disrespect. The whole of the internet is full of fake pictures, you name it. Doesn't make it right, but nevertheless, I don't think there's really any malicious intent.
I don't think so, Peter, but the fact it came from the governing body, I think, is the problem. You know, I think if it's already well it comes from a fan's website, I don't think the governing body should be superimposing people's faces onto their strips when there's a whole lot of discussion going on. I mean, the interesting thing about the Halloran situation will be exactly where it stands. I think a lot's to do with the fact that this semi-final's on today, because if you think about it, there'll be if he plays really well and St Johnstone go through, Rangers will be thinking, there's a player that's destroyed Hibs, you know, we must get him. But then again, you get the St Johnstone people will be thinking, should we be selling him now when we've got a final coming up then if they get through? Do you know what I mean?
Let me jump in and say to you, I think it's dead in the water.
I think it could happen tomorrow.
Do you think so?
I think so. I think no chance he's going before the semi-final. Because it's a big thing to get to the final, Peter. And with O'Halloran in the semi-final, I think you say here, go and win as a semi-final, and you can go with our blessing. And
can I ask you two guys, and far be it from me to boot you out into left field early on, but they signed Billy King, similar position. They're looking for a central defender. They missed out in Diagaraga. Well, so you know where they're looking.
Well, I'll ask you something. Billy King is not going to improve them when they got to the Premiership. good player for the Championship. He'll do all right as a squad player in the Premiership, whereas O'Halloran will be a good player for next season.
Well, can I? As a loan signing, which
Of course, as a loan
he
signing, he'll do
undoubtedly is. I've no doubt in your opinion. I'm not doubting your opinion on, short-term fix for him. But if you read into what the manager says at Rangers, then he's going to add something to them. They've clearly made a move on the basis that. And I only deal with what I listen to from managers.
Right.
Manager says, I think he's valued at this. Someone else thinks some other price. I'm not paying it.
Yeah.
So
I never listened to any manager in my career.
Sorry?
I never listened to any manager in my career.
No, listen, at the end of the day, I mean, we all know and
talk the thing.
Eventually you have to sift through what I call nonsense.
I know, they might be saying that, but I think this semi-final thing was a significant factor in the whole O'Halloran
I think
thing.
so.
Whether they were going to go through, because even if they win, say they win and go through and they sell them, their fans are going to be upset by doing that. I mean, look what happened with Dundee United when they sold their players when they were actually playing against them. But they might still do it. If they lose today, St Johnstone, I think the deal would be more or less.
I think it's going to
be back on the cards. I do. I think they would be saying, we can get. We're not in the final. Let's take our money now. We'll take our deal.
The reason I'm thinking it's 400,000. I mean, let's be honest. If Rangers can't pay that for the guy now, then there's something wrong, because he's a quality player. He's certainly worth, I think, more than that. So they'll be getting a bargain if they get him for that kind of money.
As it stands now, he's not worth it then.
No,
because the Rangers manager says
they'll not be selling. They might just not want to sell him until the semi-final.
And also,
know what it's like.
And also, it's maybe not a case. Maybe not a case of I'm not wanting him. It's maybe a case of saying we're not giving you this amount of money.
Well,
that might be
if we read between the lines, he's
well,
saying he's not going to pay over the odds.
No, well, that's because that's maybe how he's putting it. So it's not embarrassment. It's not embarrassing to Rangers if he's saying the manager. If Mark Warburton comes out and says, "I would like to move, but I can't pay that," but he's better saying, in order to so it doesn't embarrass him, by saying, "I'm not going to pay over the odds if they don't take our money." That might be
but do you think that's over the odds? 400,000 for
no,
it's
not. That's what I'm saying.
I mean,
it's
if he's saying that, if the manager's saying that, he's paying over the odds, then he's going to not have a good team for next year. Then
I'm not so sure he's worth. I mean, listen, it's all subjective on this. A player's only worth what we always say is what somebody's willing to pay for them. But at the end of the day, I'm not sure he's worth anything more than 400,000.
But he's worth that, Peter.
But he's worth that.
I would think so.
But I don't see them. Ruffy, what do you take on that? What's your take?
My take on him, my opinion is it's the finance side of it. I think he's definitely went to the board. He's identified two players that he really wanted, and they've said, right, here's your budget to get these two players. Fire away. And he's obviously went cagey, as all managers would do. If I could get O'Halloran at 150 or whatever, I might have more money to go for the boy at Brentford. And as it's turned out, it hasn't happened with both of them. Whatever he's got in front of him isn't enough to get two players. And that's why he's brought in King.
Okay, listen, there was a pitch inspection earlier. I hope it was early enough for the majority of fans. And basically, there were a few games off, sorry about that. There were a few games off. Inverness against Hearts, that's been called off. Also, Partick against Dundee United called off. And as you can see there, the two games that have got the go-ahead, Dundee against Motherwell, Kilmarnock against Hamilton. As far as the Championship is concerned, Wraith against Queen of the South didn't make it in the Championship. And there you can see Dumbarton, Livingston, Rangers, Falkirk and St Mirren against Alloa. We'll hear from Des McKeown in the foreseeable future. He'll be giving us a preview of Rangers against Falkirk. It was coming in my head there. Also, and the next one is League One. Cowdenbeath against Forfar has fallen foul of the weather too. That's off in League One. Ayr United, Stenhousemuir, Peterhead against Albion Rovers and Stranraer against Brecon City. They all make it. And let's go into League Two to give you a little indication of what you can look forward to this afternoon if you have a coupon on. Annan Athletic against Elgin, East Fife Clyde and East Stirlingshire against Arbroath. They all are on. So throughout the afternoon, if there's a goal in those matches, then we will undoubtedly keep you up to date with them. And in the FA Cup as well, we will keep you up to date with what's happening there. Tottenham in complete control. Don't think there's any shocks for Mauricio Pochettino's side. And of course, last night, with a Wayne Rooney wonder goal, Manchester United were able to see off Derby County by 3-1. So great news for Louis van Gaal. A press conference where he's still the manager, as he points out to all and sundry from one press conference to another. OK, we've discussed the first League Cup semi-final. I will get your thoughts on that. We will look ahead to the second League Cup semi-final as well, Ross County against Celtic. Just one match that gets the go-ahead that we have our reporter at in the Premiership is Kilmarnock against Hamilton. Derek Clark looking to what some people are billing as a 6-pointer, Derek.
Definitely, it's absolutely Baltic here at Rugby Park. I'm dressed more in tune to if I was climbing Kilimanjaro. But on to footballing matters. Killie came into the game off the back of that 5-1 thrashing at Dundee United. They were utterly abysmal last week, and it's not the first time they've been on the end of a hammering. I've seen them lose 4-0 on 3 occasions here. Now if this keeps up, I may find myself getting banned from Rugby Park. In all seriousness, no, this incentive here for Killie today is here for all to see. A win would see them leapfrog Accies out of that relegation playoff spot. Team-wise, Gary Locke makes 4 changes from the side who lost last week. In all honesty, he could have replaced the whole side, but out goes Smith, Finlay, Higginbotham and Hamill. In their place comes McHattie, Robinson, McKenzie and Chris Boyd. Accies, on the other hand, can't buy a win. They've lost their the last 6 matches I've read. Lost, drawn, lost, drawn, lost, drawn. The last victory came against Dundee United back in November, and they've recorded just 1 win in the last 16. There's no doubt about it. That's relegation form. Martin Canning has said they'll now have 14 cup finals until the end of the campaign. He will be encouraged though with the fact they came here last time they won back in September. Killie prevailed at New Douglas Park on Boxing Day. Team wise for them, they make 1 change from the side who held Hearts to a goalless draw on Sunday. So Carlton Morris replaces Alex Dackall and Martin Canning is on the bench for Accies. Both sides' defences are about as tight as the Grand Canyon, so I'm expecting goals in this one. It's Killie against Accies.
You see, that's what I like about it. That's what you call a preview of a match, Mac. He's thrown in Kilimanjaro, he's got the Grand Canyon in there, he's got it all in. Historical sites, the fact that he's freezing, it's all in there. He's got the emotion and the compassion from people as well, because obviously of his predicament, which we care not a jot for here in this lovely warm studio. And he's painted the picture beautifully of a Kilmarnock side, Mac, that desperately need to put a little bit of daylight between themselves and Hamilton.
I think so. I think they do, but I watched the game last week, Peter. They were awful. The Kilmarnock side were absolutely awful. They just didn't know. They looked out of sorts, and as a manager, you must be thinking, these boys, they're not part, and they weren't chasing to get back when they lost the ball. And in a relegation battle, if you see your players not sprinting back to defend and try to get the ball back, then I think you're in big trouble.
The strange thing is, though, Frank, that it's happened a few times. Look at some of the Hamlins Kilmarnock have had this year.
That's what it says.
Getting battered in the early part of the game as well, first half usually. Yeah. But the thing about it is, the bounce back each time that's happened. You can't say they've got over it because it's happened again often. It's happened too often. It hasn't happened twice in a row, Peter, and they have bounced back. And this is a game today that is a massive match for both teams, obviously. I mean, it is a 6-pointer. I mean, Hamilton have got the 1 point benefit from it, but they both, as Derek mentioned there, it's quite right, they both won away from home. Hamilton won at Kilmarnock in September, and Kilmarnock won at Hamilton in December, and they both play on AstroTurf, so there's no advantage there. So this is a big game. It's a very hard one to predict, but Kilmarnock have had more wins recently than Hamilton have had.
But you've got to think, as a manager, you must think Kilmarnock are likely to go out today and rack up a good score against Hamilton. I mean, that could happen.
Yeah.
And you're thinking, well, why are they not playing like that all the time? Because they're playing good one week and awful.
Totally
there's no in between.
No.
There's no in between with them.
4 changes as well, Peter.
If I can sum up in one word, Ruffy, the Kilmarnock, erratic.
Defensively,
That's 2 words.
Defensively, you're right. Derek just explained there the amount of goals that they've lost at home. And I think it's defensively, it's comedy, cut errors, it's just not professional at all. And Gary Locke, even in his interviews after the game, is just shaking his head in disbelief because the players are taking everything in Monday to Friday and then they're going out on a Saturday and doing the exact opposite. So there's no guarantee today what Kilmarnock team's going to turn up.
Yeah, well, I mean, I hope we can guarantee it because I've got it in our treble, lads. Which is...
Oh, no.
Yeah, I don't know. There's something in, I look at the 3 wins in the last 6.
Yeah.
And also I'm looking at, Hamilton Accies' performance over the last, 9 games?
Yeah.
No wins in 9.
No wins.
And I just get this feeling that at home, if ever there's an edge with a team, then it's got to be Kilmarnock today. No disrespect, because I know Accies fans think, earlier on the season we had it in for them. I just looked at Hamilton Accies and thought they're going to be in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I said that at the start of the season.
Last week I seen a lot of fight. It was against Hearts.
Yes,
I thought a lot of fight in that team. And a lot more fight in the Hamilton team what there was in the Kilmarnock team against the Dundee United. So, I mean, I just don't know. It's one of them you couldn't, for you to take it in the treble.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know what way this goes.
But they have. Yes. I know you're saying that last week they did well.
They fought for everything,
game, and 2 games before that they got a draw at St Johnstone. But between those games, 4-1 to Annan and 8-1 to Celtic. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So that's the thing about Hamilton as well. Totally inconsistent.
Celtic are just the Hearts sending off flattered them a wee bit last week. I thought before Hearts went down to 10 men, there was only one team that was going to win that, and then
even
obviously
10 men they were on top. I felt.
And then Hearts have got to decide what they're going to do for the rest of the game.
I understand. I just thought there was a bit of fight, more of fight than what there was for the Kilmarnock team. I thought if you're in a relegation, you want players that's going to get their sleeves rolled up. And get
Kilmarnock will need to step it up today without doubt. And they have made these changes have been made. They brought in Chris Boyd's back in there, so they're obviously going to go with McGuinness and Boyd up front then, Peter. So
bit of pace.
Looks like they're going to go a bit of pace. Attacking line-up. But,
let's hope they too can hold it up. Listen, Dundee against Motherwell. I mean, it's great. We're in a lucky position here, Ruffy, because the manager of Dundee, this is his favourite programme. I mean, he loves this programme. There's very little technological analysis. So
Gordon's not doing that the day after. We're just going to set him up just to see what the action we get.
To be perfectly honest with you, Gordon doesn't need to stand in front of a telly for people to tell him he's rubbish. But the point here is you've got a Dundee match against Motherwell. We've had Jerry McCabe on the programme this week talking about, like his manager, praising the likes of Kane Hemmings. You've got Greg Stewart. They've got goal scorers. He's given some of them a target of, 3 of them, 45 goals. Surely you can get that among 3 of you. 15 apiece maybe.
Yeah, unfortunately for Dundee, as with Jerry McCabe in the show during the week, they go on a 3 or 4 great run and then they go the opposite for 3 or 4. And that's something they have to put their finger on and why that's happening, because you would think with the confidence that they had, the way they're playing, they would at least keep it going, not go into a 5 run of not winning games. So this is a big game for them today, and if they could get a win there, it would just drag them away from most of the others.
Well, they've jumped in and out the top 6, haven't they? I mean, they're just in 7th place just now. So they've got a chance of, if they win today, they can move up again, because Inverness not playing. So I think I always believed right from the start of the season that Dundee were going to be a top 6 side. But as I say, Ruffy's right in respect to the form is not consistent. But to be honest, when you look at the league table, and when you need to go to the very top, probably the top 3 teams, before you see any consistency, don't you?
I know.
Everyone else is inconsistent.
The thing is with Dundee, I mean, Paul and KB has been talking all year since the start of the season about the chances they're creating. And they've not been putting them away, obviously, and that's why they're getting beat a lot of games. But the chances are there week in and week out, and as we know, it just takes a toe poke to put it across, and that could win the game for you. And they've got players they've got match winners on their team, which a lot of the team round about them, I don't think they've got match winners.
And they're up against a Motherwell side, Ruffy, that there was a good response initially to Mark McGee coming in. The last couple of defeats, a hefty one against Hearts, but the last couple of defeats have been hard to take. There was a good battling performance last week against Ross County, maybe deserved to get a point out of it at least, but they haven't, and they know they're still in the mix with this.
Yeah, they certainly are, but I mean, I'm just looking at their team just now. They've got all the experience in the world, to turn it around, and when you go up to Dundee, you're looking for the experience to shine through. I just feel they don't have the same firepower as Dundee have. Dundee have got the 3 boys that you've mentioned, and I think that's what will win the day today. Somebody, we know McDonald have scored goals, but not as consistent as like Hemmings and them, and I think that's why Dundee will win this one.
Okay, let's switch our attention to Ibrox, because this really has the makings of an absolute cracker in the Championship. Rangers against Falkirk. It's one of those matches that if we weren't all here in the studio, lads, I think we'd have been all decamped to Ibrox for this one. Des McKeown is the lucky man. He's out there for us looking ahead to Rangers against Falkirk.
Mark Warburton's Rangers look to make it 6 wins in a row to extend their lead at the top of the Championship today. Although they know that today's visitors pose a real threat, because the last time the sides met back on the 19th of December, Falkirk were victorious 2-1. So Peter Houston's men arrive with no wins in 3, but prior to that 4 wins in a row, had been very good form and back in the Championship race. They'll be looking to put some pressure on their host today, but Rangers very much favourites ahead of this game at Ibrox.
Okay, Des, looking forward to it. It's another one of those Championship matches that will have Ibrox almost full to the gunnels. Falkirk have surprised them before, Ruffy. We've been there at a commentary game, but this is a much changed Rangers side now. If there are any teams in the Championship capable of derailing Rangers' title bid, this is surely one of them.
Yeah, I think that you're perfectly correct there. I think Falkirk, in light of what they did the last time for a large part of that game at Ibrox, you know, they frustrated Rangers and they got a goal and they were quite happy to try and sit in till the end. Obviously, they got a decision that they thought was wrongly given to Rangers, and Rangers get the second goal, then the third. But I mean, Falkirk will go there with a lot of confidence. You know, that fear factor of going to Ibrox won't be there with Falkirk. The players will be taught by, you know, Peter Houston that you go there, you see what you've done before, and I think that's a bonus for them. But it just depends on how this game goes. I think if Rangers were to score first, you would expect them to go on and win. So I think Falkirk really need to strike first in this one.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that you know, Falkirk have been a great run. I mean, they haven't lost in the league since October, which is a fantastic run when you think about it. It's 13 games unbeaten in the league, and then one of the games was a win against Rangers. So Rangers will be, I give them every respect, I think, because they'll realise that there are 3 teams at the top there, and the other 2 are a challenge to them. No one else is a challenge really. No one else has really given Rangers a hard enough game. It's only Hibs and Falkirk really have given Rangers a hard game. So they'll realise this is a big one to win today, because it will give them further points ahead of Hibs, but it also beats one of the main rivals who are chasing them. Yep. So I think that I think we've got a big game ahead of us, but I think Rangers will be right up for it.
I think so. I think Falkirk will go there, and Houston was talking last week about playing against Livingston, and what he says was absolutely perfect. He says they didn't create one chance. They scored a goal off a throw-in, and it was just bad marking, and they didn't play particularly well. They should have walked out. They should have had the 3 points, but they didn't. But I just don't see them. I think they might scrape a draw today. I think they might go there and put a battling performance. And as Ruffy said, depends who scores first. But I think, you know, Hearts have got good experience. No, Hearts, Falkirk have got good experience in there. That they'll not be frightened, as Gordon says, to go to Ibrox and put a show on.
I'm interested to see how Rangers line up, because the latter part of the game last week, Peter, Halliday was sent off, and then they moved Mackay into a more sort of central role, like a number 10 shirt, really off the front. And he was much more prominent in that position, scored a great goal, hit the bar with a shot. And I'm thinking, I wonder, well, Halliday won't be playing today because he's suspended. So I'm wondering how Rangers might set up today and change it, because they might bring in Billy King and give him a start, you know. What
do you make of Mackay? Because he's been singing his praises in midweek, Mark Warburton, and saying that he could play at a higher level. I mean, that's great. It's an incentive for boys to hear a little bit of a confidence boost from their manager.
I think he's progressing, Peter. I think what I've seen this year of him, you know, he was basically badly treated before when you think about it. I mean, the strange thing was he was put out on loan twice to a level higher than Rangers were playing at the time, which seemed a bit strange. You know, they put him out to Wraith Rovers and Morton, and he did okay. He did well at Morton seemingly. But the thing about it is he wasn't getting a chance at Rangers. But Mark Warburton's changed things about, and the guys will tell you this. A lot of how you respond in football is how your manager treats you. If you've got a manager you know respects you and likes you and thinks you're a good player, you're more liable to do well. And this boy has changed, because I think ultimately he's been playing on the wing basically because he's quick but he sees passing. His passing is very good in tight situations, and I think he ultimately will become that number 10 position I'm talking about, Peter, that just off the front.
Right.
I think that'll be his
He
position.
can see a pass,
Yes.
can't he? He can see.
Yeah.
You can see the boys when they're moving, and you can tell. You can see players that when they get the ball, they don't have to get their head up. They know that's on, and he's one of the kind of players that can open up defence if it's tight.
Yeah, well, I mean, the today's team, they've got him in a kind of a 3, but we all know he plays just behind Miller and Wycorn.
Yeah.
But it'll be interesting to see how Falkirk counter that, because obviously, I'm just looking, they've signed Miles Hippolyte and Dennis Doggan. But Hippolyte, I've been impressed with him, Ruffy. He can do something a wee bit out of the ordinary.
Well, I think Peter Houston's obviously identifying players that fit into the system that he's playing. And yeah, I think any addition, we spoke about it during the week, you know, anybody walking into the dressing room at this particular time just lifts everybody, because everybody then starts getting competitive. And if the boy was to slip right into the first team, I'm sure there'll be a few of them with a wee bit surprised.
Yeah, absolutely. As long as he doesn't replace John Baird, I'll be happy, because we need Bairdy to score 25 goals. It's looking good for you on that, Ruffy. I just might mention to you, although Wycorn's going to have to score a few. What are you
I'm
going to
just
say?
saying, while we're talking about bets, I think somebody's just lost a bet, but we could probably talk about that later on.
Yeah, Macca, yeah, we're getting ready for a big night out. Macca's taking us on a big night out.
What's that?
Which I think is...
Well, I said 9 points, didn't I?
Yeah.
Well, if Celtic beat.
The game's not in February.
Yeah. That's a very good point, Ruffy. And that technicality has won us a big meal out, because Macca said that Celtic would be 9 points clear of Aberdeen by the time the scheduled game was actually the 30th of January.
I said by time the meet.
And the good thing is, we log all these shows. We'll look back on what Macca had to say, and then we'll pick our restaurant. Ruffy and me are going out for a big night out with Macaveni. Welcome back to Peter and Ruffy's Saturday Football Show. Hopefully you're going to stick with us for the next 4 hours. No shortage of opinion, a wee bit of banter here and there. We'll throw out a few little tweets to you, and we'll also be reading out the replies on social media. And we've got a cracker for you, which I'll relay to you in the next couple of minutes. If you love your strikers at the respective clubs, then you can vote and tell us who you think the top striker will be in the League Cup semi-finals. That's coming up next. But let's look to the first of the two semi-finals. Tynecastle's the destination. It'll be a great atmosphere, despite the fact that 500 St Johnstone fans who were promised tickets are not going to get them. We'll keep you up to date with what's happening here on STV Edinburgh and STV Glasgow. Let's go to Tynecastle for the teams with Craig Turnbull.
Yeah, Hibs make one change from the side. It beats St Mirren 3-1. In comes Dylan McGeoch and out goes Bartley to the bench. There's absolutely, as you mentioned earlier, there's no Anthony Stokes. He misses out completely with a back problem. So they go with Oxley in goal, a back four of Gray, Hanlon, Fontaine and Stevenson. McGeoch at the base of the diamond with 5'8", and again in midfield Henderson supporting Cummings and Dagnall up front. On the bench for Hibs is Vartanian, Gunnarsson, McGregor, Bartley, Boyle, Thompson and Keatings. For St Johnstone, well, they make two changes from the side that lost 3-1 to Celtic. There was some injury concerns for captain Dave Mackay and Chris Miller, but they've made it into Tommy Wright's starting 11 for this one. Out goes Tam Scobie and Graham Cummings. So they go with Manis in goal, a back four of Mackay, Anderson, Shaughnessy and Easton, Witherspoon, Davidson and Miller, and Lappin in midfield with O'Halloran supporting McLean up front. On the bench for the Saints is Clark, Scobie, Sutton, Cummings, Fisher, Craig and Thompson, and the referee for this one today is Stephen McLean.
Okay, Stephen McLean the referee, and not obviously the centre forward for St Johnstone, just in case you think there's some kind of deal being struck to make sure the Saints get there. No, I don't think they're related either. So we have been obviously asking on Twitter, something you might want to respond to. Who do you think will be the hero of the strikers on offer this weekend for all four respective clubs? So at Peter and Ruffy on Twitter, you can give us your thoughts on who you think the star striker will be. We've got a vote going at the moment. No surprise that I think everyone is steamed in with Lee Griffiths. We'll bring you the latest coming up before we get to the kick-off of that tweet. But that's the teams from the League Cup semi-final. What about that huge game down at Rugby Park? Kilmarnock against Hamilton Accies. Derek Clark gives us the details of the starting 11. Okay. Okay, I think we can come back to Derek Clark in just a moment. In fact, let's try and go to him now just to see. I've got a sneaky feeling he might be there. Derek?
No.
No, it's what's called Doctor Who, and the Daleks have jumped in there on Derek Clark. We'll try and get back to him with the latest on the teams. But let me bring to you the... well, you can still, you'll never believe it, he's still trying away there like a madman in my ear. But I will get back to Derek as soon as possible. Let me tell you what the Dundee team is today. Bain, Holt, Conrad, Stewart, Loy, Hemmings, Ross, McGowan, McGinn, O'Dea and Harkins, which is a fairly strong side in what Ruffy was talking about earlier with that strike force. And of course, as Jerry McCabe mentioned in midweek, he's got his swagger back, Gary Harkins, in the middle of the park. Fitness goes a long way to helping you play at the best of your ability, as most of these guys here would tell you about. Motherwell, Ripley, McManus, Hamill, Johnson, Lasley, Pearson, Cadden, Moult, McDonald, Hall and Law. So that's how the teams look for Motherwell against Dundee. We'll bring you the starting 11s for Rangers and Falkirk as well this afternoon. It looks as if it's a straightforward 4-1 win for Tottenham Hotspur against Colchester. So they're into the next round of the FA Cup. One match has just been postponed, Ayr against Stenhousemuir. There were a number of matches called off due to the League Cup semis and of course the weather, but Ayr Stenhousemuir has just fallen foul of it as well. So those fans will be sitting now in the house, hopefully at a loose end, and joining in here with us on STV Edinburgh and STV Glasgow. So what do you make? Dundee, we mentioned about their strike force, and we've also got a man there in Gary Harkins, the fitness that we mentioned earlier on in the season. He's worked hard at it, Ruffy, and Dundee are reaping the rewards of that.
Yeah, and quite rightly they've made him captain, and a lot of players react to that as well, and it's a good honour to be captain of your club, and sometimes it just lifts your game a wee bit, and it's certainly done that with him, you know, and I'm good that they've found a place for him. They've got all these strikers that they're playing in there, and every manager talks about workload and guys putting in a shift, and certainly, as Jerry McCabe said, we've got enough players round about him who can put in that shift, and if he turns up with a bit of magic, as he's done in the last couple of weeks, we're quite happy with that.
Yep, he's one of those players that you've got a lot of time for, certainly like what he does in the blue of Dundee. And Dundee, Motherwell this afternoon, we'll keep you up to date with that. Just quickly, I'll give you the Kilmarnock side that Derek was trying to bring to you. McDonald, Mackenzie, Boyd, Ashcroft, Slater, McHattie, Kiltie, Syme, Balatoni, McGuinness and Robinson. That's the starting 11 there. You can see it there for Kilmarnock. We will bring you the Hamilton side as soon as we have it. Yeah, let's have a look at that Hamilton side. There it is there. McGovern, Gordon, Devlin, Tagliapietra, Kourakis, Lyon, McKinnon, Imrie, Crawford, Courtage and Morris. More after the break. Welcome back to Peter and Ruffy's Saturday Football Show. Alan Ruff, Frank McAvenny and Gordon Smith are with us here. We have a little poll running on Twitter for you if you want to give us your thoughts on it, at Peter and Ruffy. Who do you think will be the League Cup strikers hero over the course of the Saturday and the Sunday? Hibs, St Johnstone and Celtic and Ross County. There's 4 names for you: Griffiths, McLean, Cummings and Boyce. 54% for Griffiths. That could be down to population alone, Macca, or is that an informed opinion so far?
I think it's he's going to score goals. That's what he does. He's on form. He's a form striker. But I think the other boy that's Cummins might do well, but he's an influential player. And then if you're talking about just strikers, but I think O'Halloran's going to be the man of the two semi-finals. I think if he's got, whether he wants to prove a point, if he's going to stay, or if it's his last game for St Johnstone, I think he's going to be the man over the two.
Yeah,
St Johnstone.
Yeah, we don't have O'Halloran in that poll, Mark.
Is he not a striker?
Off
I don't think he's a
number
striker.
10. He's wide. He plays off the front.
He's a striker.
No, he's not.
I think the good thing about this afternoon is somebody's going to get banjoed. Look that up, because Mac is in an argumentative mood, and we're coming to a referees section shortly, which I think we're going to disagree on. Let me take you through the Rangers side for this afternoon. There it is: Fotheringham, Tavernier, Kiernan, Wilson and Wallace, Law, Ball and Shields, Waghorn, Miller. With Mackay, it's billed as a 3, but I'm sure we're all aware that Mackay will just sneak in behind the front two. Here's the Falkirk side for that mouth-watering tie at Ibrox. There's Ridgers in goal, Muirhead, Grant, Watson and Leahy. Volks just in front of the back 4 in the protection role. Alston and Kerr, McGrandles, Sibbald and Baird. With that in mind, what do you make of those teams, Gordon Smith?
Yeah, I think that Falkirk is a strong team. The Rangers team is a little bit of a surprise, because I thought they might be a little bit more attacking, putting in players from the midfield, but they put Ball in there, who's basically a centre back. Yeah. So that they're obviously thinking that he's going to be the sitting player, and that is mainly because I think, to a certain degree, I mean, we saw it with Morton in the last game we watched, Peter, until Rangers went to 10 men. Actually, they get more chances when they went to 10 men, because Morton decided then that it was a winnable game. Because before that, they just sat in, and a lot of teams are doing that to Rangers. And I have a funny feeling Falkirk might do it today. So what they're doing is, because they push the fullbacks on, both fullbacks, Tavernier and Wallace, are always attacking. I mean, the thing about it is, one crosses the ball in, sometimes the other one's on the end of it. That's how attacking they are. So they need a centre midfield player, probably because of that, because they're at home, who can defend and is going to sit, because Ball won't go up really and join in with the attack. So I think they will go with Mackay in a wide area today. I think he will be. I think they'll play Mackay and Waghorn right and left. They'll allow him to move about a bit, but I think he'll start off in a wide area with Miller through the middle.
Macca?
Yeah, I think what you're saying about the two fullbacks of Rangers, they bomb forward, and sometimes they forget to defend, and they go forward, and it's a big thing. I think Hibs picked on it when they were playing them. They just got in the spaces and turned them round a lot, and I think Falkirk have got the pace to do that. They've got some pace in their team, so I think it's an interesting one. I think they'll be sitting back and, as you say, defending but they'll be hitting them on the break, because they've got quick players.
Well, it looks like the Falkirk lineup, Peter. It's a 4-5-1. So what happens is they're going to have 2 wide midfield players to support the fullbacks, because they know that Rangers, if they've got like the Waghorn and Mackay in wide areas, and you've also got Tavernier and Wallace pushing forward, you can't have 1 against 2. No. You have to have 2 men defending that.
OK, that's Rangers against Falkirk. We'll get the thoughts of these guys and who they think is going to come out on top in that game, as well as the League Cup semi-final and the matches that have not only survived the weather, but some in the lower divisions as well, that we'll be looking at to get their guys, the guys to offer their opinion. We've got a treble this afternoon: Kilmarnock, St Mirren and Peterhead. Now, St Mirren's an interesting one, because scurrying about in the background, Ruffy, Alec Ray has slowly but surely started to add players. Clarkson's come in. Suddenly you've got Gary Irvine. I think he'll be a good signing as a full-back who had a good career at Dundee.
Yeah, and he's acted very swiftly You know, he's went in there, he's assessed the players over the last 2 or 3 weeks, and he's assessed them Monday to Friday and to Saturday, and quickly he's identified the places that he needs strengthened. And yeah, you have to say that the players that he's brought in have got lots of experience, and it remains to be seen whether he keeps with some of the players, the youth players as well. But I think sometimes when you do that, you bring players in, you can either get an immediate reaction, and I'm sure we'll be hoping for an immediate reaction today.
I think that's why I picked him. I just felt because of those signs, I just thought they needed a front man, and I think Clarkson could be the player that turns it around.
Apart from that, just the fact that Tony Fitzpatrick's went back, it's going to give everyone a lift. You know,
will he play just in front of the back four, or will he be further back this time?
Do you know what? We were talking about it last year, and I thought he should have been in last year. Honestly, I thought they were in trouble, and I thought, get somebody like Tony Fitzpatrick in, not to take over the manager's job, but just to go in there and be about the place. And he's so enthusiastic. I listened to him on the radio last night, I think it was, and it was incredible the enthusiasm coming off him.
Yeah, with all due respect, Mark, and I mean, I really do. I mean, you know, our friendship has been, what, 30 odd years. I love you to death, but chief executives don't win games. But yeah, I watched the documentary in midweek of Brian Clough, and Brian Clough said, you know, at the end of the day, people can talk about tactics till they're blue in the face. If you have talented players, you've got a good chance of winning. St Mirren, in the last year, have not had talented players, and if the players that have been there, they just haven't been able.
Too many. I think Stephen Thompson's been a big letdown. I mean, I don't know if he's going for TV rights or something, but he's honestly, he should be doing it on the park. The young boys in the St Mirren team should be looking up to him, and he should be leading by example. Stephen, I don't think he's doing it. I don't think he's doing enough.
Well, let me just cut him some slack and say that he was scoring goals when he came back for one season. But this is a guy at the tail end of his career. I mean, if St Mirren are relying on Stephen Thompson to save them, they're in big trouble.
I don't think you're relying on him, but I think he could be doing more to encourage him. But you never, I just think he's that much experience, and let's be honest, he's a good player. You don't have to. He was never blessed with great place anyway.
No, but I think he's still in there. I know what you're saying, Frank, but I think he get kept on at the club because of what his character's like. Having him about the dressing room and all that, you know.
Well, I think it was
not because of his form anymore.
But it went the other way when Teal took the manager's job, because when Tommy Craig got the job, I think Stephen wanted the job, and I think he flung the rattle at the pram, you know. And I think it was a wee bit like that, and I think he stayed there. And you know, Stephen, for the sake of the club, you know, he's got to be about the club and get the young boys playing because there's talent. There's talent there.
I don't think so.
On the bench every week, isn't he?
I mean, I can understand where you're coming from, Mark, with it. I just think that, you know, the manager, and I'm not talking out of turn here, I think the manager would have changed half the side, Ruffy. By the time he got in, what he's witnessed in this short period of time, he's looking and saying, this team, to get them to the playoffs, which I know Alec Ray wants to do, would need dramatic surgery.
Yeah. Well, you're looking at the team over the last 2 years, and there's been nothing. There's been no response. We all thought when they went down a division there was going to be a reaction. The reaction wasn't there. Same players doing the same thing. So quite rightly, Eric's went in there and said, right, you lot, it's not worked for the past 2 years. So unfortunately in football, I'm going to change it, and I'm going to bring in my own guys, and you either up your game or you don't. And if you don't, you're going to be out of the team. And I'm sure the players that he's brought in will find themselves in the first team.
You'd have thought they'd have got the experience. I mean, relegation battle last year and coming down, you'd have thought that would have given them, you know, the experience of in the fight and getting in, but they've just not took it on. I thought they just resigned themselves to the fact that they were getting relegated last year, and I thought they were woeful at the end of the season.
A new manager going into a team will tell in the first 2 weeks of training who's up for the fight.
Alex knows a player. I mean, he'll walk in within he'll not need 2 weeks.
Peter, you want to get ready to tear that up?
I was just about to say Peterhead 0, Albion Rovers 1. I was, honestly,
1 minute.
I was just actually about to say Peterhead, I think, will win that game. But I was actually just about to say to you, OK, just after 3 o'clock, let's get ready, a wee cup of tea on, a wee dunk of your biscuit, and let's see how our treble goes and how your favourite team, whether they've scored a goal or not. So it's kick-off right across the country. We will keep you up to date. Peterhead in our treble already a goal behind. So that's a real blow. And Motherwell have scored inside the first minute at Dundee.
Pat everyone been he's freed.
Let's have a look at Dundee's defence here.
Yeah, let's see if Dundee's defence was all in. Listen,
we don't have to roll up our sleeves before.
Listen. At the end of the day, I think pundits, it's all about opinions. Everybody's got an opinion. You can agree or disagree with it, I'm sure. And Paul Hartley's fighting his corner at Dundee. And I can tell you, Cadden got the goal for Motherwell up there. And Albion Rovers' goal was a penalty in the first minute, Ruffy.
Well,
do you know what that reminds me of? Can you tell me one of the...
Did him get sent off?
No, that's what I was going to say. Well, let's hope nobody gets sent off.
It's very rare that you actually, in a game, see a penalty awarded inside the first minute. I wonder if you can tell me the 3 names that I'm looking for that were all involved in the award of a penalty inside the first 2 minutes of a World Cup final. I'll need the referee's name and I'll need the 2 players involved.
I think the referee was English.
Yes.
Was it Holland and Germany?
Holland.
Germany?
It would have been
Germany.
Well, it wasn't Germany.
When was that? What year?
Yeah. Yeah. Look at you, Matthew, and I think, I don't even know why you're guessing. There was a period in your life which was gone. Ruffy.
Must be the 90s.
Holland and West Germany. And Aston Villa 0, Manchester City 1, while you 2 are guessing. I don't even know why. I don't even know why I asked it. It's 1974. It's Holland against
Cruyff.
West Germany. It's Cruyff.
Cruyff turn, there you go.
That's why you're here with us.
We said Holland, Germany, said no, wasn't it?
No, because it's West Germany.
Hey,
come on now. Gordon, you've been pedantic since you come on this programme and now you want me to drop it.
Germany.
It's Holland against West Germany. It's Johan Cruyff and Bertie Voets, because Bertie Voets was the man who fouled him. And then the referee was Jack Taylor.
Jack Taylor, that's right.
Jack Taylor.
Dundee have scored.
What a good
They've
game
managed to
that
go
is.
back. What a game that is there. 1-1 already. That's fantastic between Motherwell and Dundee.
Falkirk have hit the bar against Rangers.
It's absolutely
brilliant.
Incredible. So I'll just tell you who scored for Dundee there. McGowan. So Paul McGowan. And he's another one that I think, the manager really rates now because he's got his head down. He had his problems off the park, Ruffy, but he's just started to get his head down. And when he's on his game, I think Dundee play well too.
Yeah, I think like all good players, when they go off the rails a wee bit, they come back and just.
What are you looking at Macca for? Oh no, there's no David looking at you. Listen, by comparison to these two, you're Mr. Dull.
I think the pressure's been taken off the young boy McGowan. Obviously, it's too easy to run about without the tag on.
Do you know? Do you want me to tell you something? Gordon, there are some people, pundits especially, who can do it. They can do the gag, deliver the gag like that. But I could see his head ticking. How am I going to build up to the tag gag? I knew that's where you were going. You're a disgrace.
Can he play at night?
Listen,
Can he play night games? No.
He's well, that was another criticism of him, but nevertheless, the boy has buckled down.
I think the good thing about it, Peter, is he's got these other 3 guys we keep talking about taking the pressure off him, like Loy, even Harkins, Hemmings, and the boy Stewart. So he's not the big player now that he was when he went there. So maybe you can relax a wee bit more.
Well, it's a good point you make because it was Stewart who actually played the ball over and McGowan ran onto it for the goal. I don't know if you can see that, Mac, in monitor 52, but I mean it's just a good finish by McGowan to give Dundee an equaliser.
Yeah, well, any finish, I mean, that's a good one. And to get back, Peter, such 6 minutes, 8 minutes, it's to get back quickly. Motherwell would have thought, Mark would have thought, my team's going to do it today and pull the result out. And then Dundee hit back so quickly, and then it's a bit of a game. But Good. It was a good finish. It was a good finish.
Why can Peterhead not hit back so quickly? That's what we all want to know.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, I'll tell you that across the afternoon we'll be going to our reporters to give you an update on what's happening. Let's go to Tynecastle because, well, in fact, we'll come back to that just shortly because I'm going to give you an update on some of the FA Cup here. Manchester City had a goal up on Aston Villa, Macca.
Yep.
City. You know, I wonder if have they got enough to go out and win the Premiership this season. It just seems to be a Premiership where everybody makes mistakes. Nobody seems to be able to take it at the front and
I would love Leicester to go and
so
do it. I think everyone would, for the sake of football, everyone would like that because they've just changed all this now formations. There's one player up front and it's a new thing for the last few years, but Leicester's come in and says, look, we're going 4-4-2, try and stop us, and they're not. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
They're just run. They've got pace in
Signed another
midfield.
striker as well.
They've signed another striker.
Leicester.
I think Man City. I think they will win the league, Peter. I think they're going to. They're strong enough. They're missing company. I mean, he's a big player for them.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think they might be strong. I watched them last week against West Ham, and it was a good game. But West Ham should have beat them, I thought.
Well, I'll tell you, the first chance really for Hibernian in that match against St Johnstone, it was McGinn and the effort just wide. So Hibs with the first real chance, Ruffy, in the League Cup semi-final.
Yeah, and if you're going to do well in the semi-final, if you get an early goal, you know, it always lifts the whole place. It lifts all the fans as well, and generally, you know, you would think with a goal up that you would go on and win the game.
Yeah, Peterhead have equalised, Ruffy.
I thought you were going to say there, if you're going to win the semi-final, you need to score a goal.
No, he's not as... He can be bland at times, but not today.
Obvious.
Peterhead have equalised. So it's now Peterhead 1, Albion Rovers 1, and I can tell you, just as the whole team was lifted there's a penalty award at the moment, and I think it's Alloa have got that penalty award against St Mirren. So
Never a penalty.
Never a penalty.
No sooner are we lifted with the opportunity to celebrate this treble coming up, then suddenly it's been taken away from us. But we'll keep you up to date if that hits the back of the net. But
Bolton
still no
beat
goals in the Rangers
Leeds.
Falkirk game too. Macca, Gordon Smith and Alan Ruff are here with us. We'll also keep you up to date with how the poll is going. You can vote on at Peter and Ruffy. Who do you think will be the likely striking hero for one of the 4 teams involved in the League Cup semi-finals? We're going to talk Ross County Celtic as well over the course of the afternoon. I can tell you it's St Mirren 0, Alloa 1. So again, Alloa take the lead in that game. Robbie, what are you shaking your head for? It's not as if our trebles have been coming up regularly.
No, but I thought today, I had a lot of confidence in everything we talk about. You know, St Mirren new players, Peterhead going well. You know that.
What I might do in future, when you use 3 picks, 3 teams, I might go the opposite.
Yeah.
That comes up more than that. I'd have been rich.
Yeah, you will indeed.
I'd have enough to take you out for a meal.
Right, well, you're taking us out anyway, so that's good. Redmond has scored that goal for Peterhead to get the equaliser in that one. And as far as Albion, Alloa are concerned in that equaliser, it's Lane who's sent Langfield the wrong way. So, and I can tell you there's a match going on in the La Liga in Spain at the moment, and Atletico Madrid are actually 1 goal up against Barcelona. See, we're giving you scores from everywhere on this Saturday afternoon, just in case you're wondering. So Atletico Madrid get the goal. I don't think there's too many people complaining about just 1 or 2 teams winning the Spanish league regularly. You know, I mean, we're so insular at times talking about, you know, our lack of competition in the top flight in the Premiership in Scotland. Next year, I get a feeling it will change again. You know, even with a Rangers Hibernian coming into the top flight.
Yeah, I think so. But I think, you know, we have I think it's 20 years now of either Rangers or Celtic winning the league. It does take away from it. In Spain, they do have that too. Although Atletico Madrid did well. They
Yes.
won it, and fantastic. I mean, you considering the resources they have compared with Real Madrid and Barcelona, you have to give Atletico a lot of credit for what they've done in Spain.
Yeah, I
Talk about him
Diego
going to Chelsea, Simone,
he's
talking about
linked.
Yeah.
there's a lot of managers, a lot of chairmen would like to bring him as a manager. So
Yeah.
Yep. And of course, you talked about Diego Simone, but Mark Hughes has been linked with the Chelsea job
Yes.
as well, Ruffy. I mean, I think that's he's well there. Some
Yeah, of course
recognition,
he is.
surely.
Yeah, I thought he was unfortunate at Man City. I think he just went in there at the wrong time. But ever since then, you know, he seems to handle himself well in interviews. He talks a good game, and the clubs that he go to play good football.
He's totally changed Stoke, because Stoke were just the total opposite of what they are now.
Long ball game it was.
Yeah, and
so
they get the ball down and playing. So
play a bit, yeah.
yeah, it's good. He's to try and change that, and
Yeah.
it must take time to change that. But you know, you would have thought just bringing one or two players in, and he's done well, very
Yeah.
well.
East Stirling Chanel Arbroath won. Josh Skelly with the goal there for Arbroath, and I think the general feeling in the early stages of the match at Ibrox between Rangers and Falkirk, Ruffy, is that Blair Alston has missed an absolute sitter. That's been the highlight so far. He really should have scored.
Yeah, 9 times out of 10 when you play against Rangers or Celtic, if you don't take your chances, you pay for it in the end, and it just remains to be seen if that is the case. But we saw that even in the game midweek there when Morton played Rangers, they had one chance. If they take it, it might change the whole game. So you really have to score against the big sides to give yourself a chance.
Yep, Bury 0, Hull City 1. And it's always good that a parachute payment, Gordon Smith, can help you sustain your return or your attempts at a return to the Barclays Premier League. It's the FA Cup today, but Hull City look as if they're one of those teams in the box seat to come back up again.
Yeah, they're challenging to come back up, but you're right. I mean, it's an amazing amount of money they get in terms of parachute payments, and it's only going to increase as well when time comes by. There's a new deal coming in, and just these clubs that come down are going to have far more money than their competitors in that division.
Yeah.
So it does give a big advantage to teams that are relegated, no doubt about it.
I can keep you up to date with the League Cup semi-final. It's a midfield battle, not a lot of quality on show at the moment, as you would expect. Blood, guts and thunder's the only way to sum it up between Hibs and St Johnstone at Tynecastle, and you guys will be more than aware of it because all three of you will know what it's like to get past a team and get to the final of a major trophy in Scotland, and that semi-final sometimes is instantly forgettable, Maka.
A semi-final.
Yeah.
Well, I get beat a few times with St Mirren in semi-finals, which was heartbreaking. But to get to the semi-final, I think it's harder to get beaten in a semi-final than it is to get beaten in a final, because just getting to the day makes it for the fans, for the club, makes everything. And okay, you want to win the final, it's a lot better. I was very fortunate. I only got there once and won it once, so I was very fortunate with that.
Yeah, I only lost one semi-final, and that was playing for Kilmarnock, and we get beaten by Dundee in the semi-final, and it was later after the game we got beaten 1-0, and we found out with goals scored, and everybody said, and it was known later on that the goal should never have been disallowed, and that was a equaliser sort of thing. But Dundee won the cup that year. That was when they beat Celtic in the final. Remember, was it Gordon Wallace scored the winning goal, Peter?
Yeah.
That was the game, and we lost in the semi-final 1-0 at Hampden. And I was only 19 years of age, and you're always wondering whether you'll ever play in another semi-final. So it is. I agree with you, Frank. See, losing
horrible,
that game, I was absolutely gutted about losing that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good that it's still in your memory, because when I think about you, I just think automatically of so many finals that you did make.
Yeah, I played in finals, but as I say, that was the first one you played in the semi-final. You know, especially when you're a team like Kilmarnock, you know, you're desperate to you don't get the chance to get to many finals, and we could have been there. And as I say, I was pretty gutted about it because, as I say, being a young player, you want to play in a final, and that was when you're thinking, well, the chance was gone, you know.
Yeah, West Brom 1, Peterborough 0. Berahino scoring the goal. He's one of those players who is always looking to. He's one of those players, I think, trying to engineer a move.
I'm so glad he'll never play for West Brom again. he just scored. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know when you say something, you think, oh no, why did I say that?
Who was the player that actually was at the club on transfer day, and it didn't quite? It's a Dutch player that I can't remember for the life of me his name, who turned up because he thought the move was going to go through to a certain club.
Yeah, it was a couple of years ago, wasn't it?
And this was a couple of years back.
That's right.
Was he Dutch?
Peter Odemwingie. He was a West Brom player. Yeah, good shout.
You saw him going through. You saw him going through the gates and everything at the training ground.
He turned up and just
he come back again.
Well, he just had a couple of nights in London. He says as well. He was kidding on. That's what he went for.
Yeah, absolutely. If that's the case, you must have been linked with about 3,000 clubs, because you had a few nights out in London.
Just a few.
But Berahino, and then of course, good shout there from our producer Odemwingie. It's always embarrassing. And I can tell you, let's go to Rugby Park to see what's happening in that 6-pointer Kilmarnock against Hamilton Accies. Derek Clark.
Yeah, an absolute let-off for Kelly there. Ali Crawford really should have put Accies in front. The Accies, Kilmarnock were all at sea. Accies hit them on the break. Carlton Morris played in Crawford one-on-one with Jamie McDonald. He tried to chip him, but it just went wide. Absolute let-off for Kelly. It still remains Kilmarnock 0, Hamilton 0.
Yeah, it's just going to be one of those afternoons, I feel, Gordon, where just one little moment is. I can only see one goal in that. I don't know why. If it ends up 6-4, I'll be gobsmacked.
I think you're probably right. Hamilton will be keeping it quite tight, but I think there will be goals. I think we'll see. I think there's going to be a 2-1 winner in that game, and hopefully it'll be Kilmarnock because it's part of our coupon.
Yeah, what a chance for Scott McDonald. All he has to do is put the ball past the goalkeeper into the back, and he's one-on-one, Ruffy, and Scott McDonald misses the chance. That was a great opportunity. Maybe he was thinking about the fact that he's going out with his wife and Darren O'Dea and his wife tonight. Players on opposite sides can still mix after the game. It's 21st century, Ruffy. It's not the old days where if Macca lost an Old Firm game, he just battened down the hatches and closed the curtains.
Yeah, but in saying that, after the game, there'll only be one of them enjoying the meal.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Does it affect you that much? Did it affect your defeat that much?
It did to the Monday. I didn't like getting
For how long? An hour?
A couple of hours.
Till he got on the flight down to London.
No, you get a few drinks and you got to. I just think as long as you know, you're entitled to go out, but and it's you're not disrespecting the supporters, but it's sometimes hard when you. But if you put as Ruffy says earlier, if you put a shift in and you gave everything, and you couldn't do anything about it, defeat, then you're entitled to go out. I think it's you see some of the players nowadays. You look at them and you think, oh, and they get beaten, they go out and they've not put nothing in. They went straight out, never even had a shower. You know, they went straight out, and you think that's wrong.
Yeah, okay. It's Arsenal 1, Burnley 0 in the FA Cup down south. Let's. I can tell you, Callum Chambers got the goal there, but let's look at the latest scores in Scotland for you, just to keep you right up to date with what's happening in the Premiership. 2 games postponed, but it's Dundee 1. Motherwell 1 and Kilmarnock 0, Hamilton 0. What about the Championship? That big game at Ibrox, still no breakthrough. Rangers 0, Falkirk 0. It's going to be a battle here. St Mirren 0, Alloa 1, and Dumbarton 0, Livingston 0. I beg your pardon, just at the top there. Forgot to mention that one. And in League 2, in fact League 1, if I can follow myself here, Peterhead 1, Albion Rovers 1. Stranraer 0, Brecon City 0, and League 2 eventually. I knew I was going to get there. Is Annan 0, Elgin City 0, East Fife 0, Clyde 0, and East Stirlingshire 0, Arbroath 1. Shrewsbury 0, Sheffield Wednesday 1. We're keeping you up to date with all the goals. Dundee 1, Motherwell 2. Mark McGee's side take the lead once again. Ruffy, this has got the look of a 3-2 or a 4-3 this game.
Yeah, well, I always thought that was Dundee's problem, you know, and all for them playing attacking players, but it means you're not set out defensively. You're not, trying to see out the game or anything. They go and attack and they entertain. But by doing that, they leave gaps at the back and teams cash in on it, and that seems to be what's happened with Motherwell today.
There's not enough teams doing that. And then the big word that you used there is entertain. And I don't think there's enough teams doing that at the moment, entertaining the fans. Especially on a day like this, cold weather, fans are out, you've got to entertain them. And I think it's all credit to Paul Hartley.
Stephen Pearce has scored. He's been in good scoring form of late, hasn't he?
Well, he's 7 goals now for a midfielder. It's good. He is the driving force in that Motherwell midfield.
Definitely, they get him and Lasley in there, real good experience in there,
The boy Hamilton Crawford, I think he's the same. He's a big player for Hamilton, but he's just missed a sitter.
Interesting.
So
Ruffy mentioned a key point there, and it's probably the difference between myself and Ruffy on this one, him being a goalkeeper. It's about how you want to be entertained, and I can understand where you're coming from. I can think of two sides, Macca, who just kept going forward, Manchester City are now 2-0 up. They just scored from the penalty spot. I can think of two sides that just seemed to attack, and you wondered, in fact, I've now just tried to come up with 3 that attacked, and never thought there wasn't as much care and attention to what was going on at the back. They would gleefully win a game 5-3 than just try and keep it tight for a 1 or a 2-0 victory. Can you? I'm going to write them down.
Newcastle United when Kevin Keegan was manager.
That's one. That's now my second one. I'm writing it down here, Gordon. Right. One of them is another English team, and the other one is a team that played in the World Cup. So there you have it.
Well, obviously one of them is Brazil. I've never seen Brazil defending. I've never seen Brazil. I've never seen Brazil defending in my life.
I'm thinking of specific ones. I can tell you, by the way, St Johnstone really at the moment in the League Cup semi-final. Just a quick update here as I'm looking. St Johnstone not really getting a chance to get forward and threaten in the game against Hibs, but one little moment of magic could change it. Still 0-0 in the first of the League Cup semi-finals. Yeah, Brazil, okay, and I'll take. But I'm thinking of a specific time. Brazil, you're right. 1982, Ruffy, is that fair?
Argentina 86 was like that. They weren't.
Yeah,
they had a few.
I'm thinking of the greatest Brazilian side never to win the World Cup. 82 because Paolo Rossi scores a hat-trick and Brazil just keep coming forward and then keep getting it done. And then, of course, that fantastic French side with Tigana, Gires. They were beaten by Germany in the semi-final. Platini, Dominique Rocheteau. What a team that was. Do you remember? And I can't for the life of me remember the boy who popped up in the... I can remember Horst Rubesch scoring a penalty, but there was a guy who scored for Germany who eventually got them the win or took it to penalties in that game where France were 3-1 up and it eventually went to 3-3.
It was 4-3 at the end, wasn't it?
It was, I think Germany won in a
Shock.
penalty. Yeah, absolutely, penalty shootout or something like that. But
what year was that? About the 80s, wasn't it?
This was 82.
82. Yeah.
France were magnificent. They had a fantastic side, and they just kept attacking. Germany had a player called Hans-Peter Briegel. Do you remember him?
Yes, of course they do.
Yeah.
Was he a fullback? Was he not?
Yeah, he was a fullback.
Left back. Yeah. That's right.
They had a few players, but France, that's another one. Brazil Newcastle, and Tottenham.
Tottenham,
Ozzy Ardiles. Let's try and score 5 and lose 3.
Yeah. Because against that team,
he couldn't speak. He just said, go, attack.
Stevie Archibald played in that team with Garth Crooks.
Yes.
And they had Glenn Hoddle was a great player. I mean, he really was.
Are you sure you're thinking the same team? I'm thinking the one that had Jurgen Klinsmann.
Aye,
You're thinking the one before that. Are you thinking about the one that Ardiles was playing in the time?
The Spurs team.
Yes, 81.
81.
Yeah, I'm talking about the side that Ozzy Ardiles managed.
One, all right.
And they were
good entertainers.
They played against Sheffield Wednesday, and Klinsmann scored a goal, and then because they called him a diver, before he came to English football, he dived when he scored, which I thought was a great noise up. Anyway, apart from that, I digress, but it's always good to do.
As he says, and as we're talking about, you remember great teams. Brazil team never won a trophy, but they're great.
What a chance marker for Hibs. Gray at the far post. Cummings, great shot. I mean, I'm just looking
Didn't catch it right.
Oh.
He didn't catch it right.
And I'll tell you, and it's just Manis just gets the touch to clear it. That could have been the opening goal for Hibs, Maka.
Yeah, well, it's one of these situations that you think if he catches it properly and it's gone in, he didn't get a hold of it. But yeah, it's an open game, but looks at it, and both teams are doing it. But Hibs look as if they've had the better chances.
Yep, you just need time to settle down. And the one thing I would say on many a semi-final, even if it's ranked rotten, Ruffy, even if it's ranked rotten, if you score a goal and your team's rotten and you make it to the final, who cares?
What are you trying to say?
I'm just trying to say, I'm trying to take Ruffy's mind off the fact that you get the programme and he doesn't know what happens in the programme. He's just looking at you, Mac, and thinking, wow.
The point you made earlier,
he's always done that, always got my career.
The point you made earlier, Peter, about semi-finals, I mean, it's like people don't remember semi-finals, let's be honest. Do you think back to the Cups last year and try and work out and remember who played in the semi-finals of the Cups? You hardly remember. Nobody bothers with semi-finals.
No.
Yep, telling you it's a penalty to Hibs.
Stonewaller.
This is a great opportunity.
Stonewaller.
And I can tell you right now that the referees point to the spot, and it's a great opportunity for the High Bees. Can you tell me how that penalty came about there?
Yeah, through ball. Obviously, the two defenders never read the through ball. He just nicked in front of him.
And McGinn is just look, John McGinn.
Too
Do you know what the good thing about McGinn is, Gordon? And I'm just looking at it here. He's just driven right through with his pace, and that's the key. That's his game. I mean, when he played against Rangers, he was outstanding at Easter Road.
Yes.
Just that whole drive.
You make people do that. You have good players go to the feet and run at players and get by them and make them commit that tackle to get the penalty.
That's the difference.
You didn't think it was a sending off, no?
No. But
it's bad enough. It's bad enough. It's bad enough getting a penalty.
And I tell you, Jason Cummings has scored for Hibernian.
That percentage just went up. 10%.
Well, not only that, he's just strolled up there, and he's casually put it into the bottom corner. I mean, that is amazing, Gordon. He's just so full of confidence.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, as a striker, you should love taking penalties. I never understand why. When I watch,
got to take them.
Well, do you know, I remember a time coming through, I played at a few clubs myself where the fullbacks took the penalties. You used to think to yourself, should the strikers not be taking the penalties? Because that's their game.
Fullback, when at West Ham, when I first went down there, it was Ray Stewart. He never missed one, missed a penalty. Yeah. And then the second time I went down, it was Julian Dix, and he never missed either.
Right, so you couldn't get taking them.
Dixie used to say, well, I just smashed them, and if I don't know where they're going, which hand's the keeper?
Burnley have equalised against Arsenal.
Yeah, that could be it. Burnley are going well again. And know what I like about Burnley, Ruffy? They stuck by Sean Dyche when he moved down.
I can't remember his name. They've stuck by him, haven't they? He's a good manager.
Yeah.
Good manager. He's one of the players. I like managers that come out and say, no, we were hopeless there, we got 3 points, but we're hopeless, and tells the truth, because that many managers come out and say, yeah, we do this and we do that, and you're thinking, you weren't at the same game as what I was at.
Yeah.
And it's good managers come out and say it and tell you the truth. So
yeah.
Well, what I'm going to say to you, and again, it's something that's quite topical at the moment. The Rangers fans have a huge banner at the game, and it says Scottish football, no singing, no celebrating. Well, I can understand, Ruffy, the second part of that complaint. Fans are using banners to try and get their message across. I think they're talking about the Andy Halliday celebration, which I thought was just ludicrous, that he was given a yellow card and sent off. It was just outrageous. And Barry Cook has taken a bit of flack for it. And John Fleming, the referee chief, has come out to try to defend the referees and says there's too much criticism of them. I think the referee in this case just had lost the plot.
I don't think he'd lost the plot, Peter. I think he was a young referee, up and coming. There's a supervisor sitting in the crowd, and he knows he's going to be marked. He knows he's going to be. Gordon will know better than me. He knows he's going to be marked from the game. He wants to make a future in the game, and I agree with you. It wasn't a situation that was going to cause a riot. But in the letter of the law, what he's doing is applying it the way he's been brought up to apply it, and that's why he's done that. If it had been a Rangers Celtic game, it could have caused it. You agree? Everybody agree if he went up to whoever it was that scored.
Hold on, Ruffy, he's in the middle of the park.
I know.
People did that.
In that game.
You've spoken to somebody.
No, what? No,
You've
no.
spoken to somebody. Hold on a minute. Let me explain this to you. You've spoken to somebody this week in the supermarket who's a mate of yours who works in the referee. It's the only way you're defending them. There's no danger.
I'm not defending. All I'm saying, let me get it. All I'm saying is I'm not defending him.
Right.
All I'm saying is the guy is applying the rules.
They changed the law. They changed the law. If you go off the pitch, you get booked. Now you can't even celebrate on the pitch.
Yeah, but
That's
the
ridiculous,
thing about if
Ruffy,
you're going
you
to
can't.
celebrate, I mean, the thing that I really
Celebrate a goal.
Yeah, what, run into the crowd and
You're
get
not running into the crowd. He was
No, but if
Park.
if you're moving that on, you're going to agree it's okay to run into the crowd and jump into supporters. Is that okay?
No, you get booked for it. They changed the law for
Hold on a
that.
minute,
So
hold
you
on a
can't
minute.
celebrate a goal in the middle of the park now.
Hold on a minute, you two guys.
What?
I'm just going to tell you right now, it's another goal, and St Johnstone have equalised, and Joe Shaughnessy
Header,
with a
what
header.
header?
And I told you
What's a
this
looping
was going
header,
to be.
look?
And right on top of
Oh, there
Oxley
you
there,
go.
and gets the header in just ahead of the goalkeeper, and that ball's in the back of the net. It's 1-1, Ruffy.
It's criminal to
Right,
go a
they're
goal
booked
to go a
for
goal up
celebrating.
and get him off to go a goal up and then to lose a goal so quickly is
But
just.
going back to that, if you go to score a goal, you've got to celebrate. I mean,
Right.
when's it going to end?
Right, let me
Can I
give
just say
let me
something?
give
There's
you.
no sticking up for the referee here. Why are you sticking up for them?
without
agree.
deviating here,
Right.
you moved that on, that argument into, is it
Well, let me
okay for a
stick-
player to jump into the crowd? The issue here, which all stems from this banner, and
Tell him, Peter.
I'll deal
Tell
with
him.
other
Okay.
part. The issue here is no celebrating. Andy Halliday, basically,
Yes.
and he's a safe distance away,
Yeah, but
and
why-
the
why was-
referee...
but let me ask you, why was he doing it then? Who was he doing it to?
It doesn't matter
Who
what
was
he's
he
doing
doing
it
it?
to.
Who was the reaction
So,
to?
can I just
was
say
it
something?
to
I don't know
something
about
I
you.
can't
I
say
don't know
on
about
air?
you, Alan. I don't know about you, but I used to get so much stick off supporters. So you can't celebrate a goal and give it that. You're not doing any gestures. You're not doing anything.
That's a gesture.
But put your hand up for
Well, it must be
scoring.
a gesture that he wouldn't
Well,
got a booking.
hold on a minute. Are we
You
going to
see
get...
You can't just book people. There must have been a reason for the booking.
Are we going to get the consistency now? So anybody who puts their hand up
No.
in the air and
Yeah.
celebrates a goal like
So-
that potentially is facing
Off.
the away support, yellow card. Is that what you're
If
telling
that's
me?
the rules.
Is that what
If
you're
that's the
telling me?
rules. No, if that is the rules.
You'd as well stop the game
Ruffy,
now then because you
Ruffy.
can't celebrate a goal.
You have
So
met
if you did
somebody
that, let
in
me
a
say,
supermarket.
let me move on. Let me move on again. A Rangers Celtic game. If
Well,
you
it's
ran
not
up,
Rangers Celtic game,
if you
it's
ran up,
Rangers
no
Morton.
wait, let me finish. If you scored a goal and ran up to the Rangers end and went like that, that's okay.
It's okay.
It is okay. You don't deserve a yellow. You don't deserve a yellow.
It's okay.
You don't deserve a
That
card.
may have been different because what the law is, what the law in the game is that if
You're not doing that.
no, listen, if you're doing
You
something,
can't let him off and book the other one.
no, let me
Different
put it in
situations.
perspective here. If you run up to do it and you could be accused
speaking
of
of referees,
causing a disruption in the crowd, causing a riot. That's because you've gone to the opposition
Yes.
fans to do it. Therefore, there could be a case for you getting a yellow card there. If you're in the middle of the park and you just do that and look over at them and celebrate, and you get booked for that, to suggest that might infuriate the fans and
Cause a
actually
riot.
get them cause a riot is ridiculous, Ruffy. You should never be done if you're in the middle of the park doing it.
Right.
Right,
So
well, that's okay. I'm saying that, yeah, I agree with you, but I'm putting yourself in the position of a young referee who's trying to get on in the game, and
He's not gonna
somebody's
go in
going
the
to
game
pull.
doing
Somebody's
that.
going to pull him up.
Yeah, well, can I tell
Somebody
you?
You
will
don't
pull
want
him
him.
up
You don't want
after
him to
it.
get on the game
Ruffy.
if he's doing that.
he hasn't implemented the rules in the proper manner then, even if you're opening
Common
it out to a
sense we're
slight bit of
talking about.
interpretation.
Well,
He's left himself
you
wide
talk-
open.
But if you're talking common sense, why is the guy doing the salute?
Oh, Ruffy,
Is he just
come
putting his hand
Hold
up
on
and
a
going,
second.
oh, I've just...
Hold on a second. In the
That's
last,
ridiculous.
in the
He's
last
taking
100 years of football, you want people who score goals not to be allowed to
Celebrate anything.
have a bit of
Yeah.
banter with the fans. You want that completely out of the game.
No, not at all.
Well, what are you
Not at
moaning
all.
about then?
I'm not moaning about it. All I'm telling you a perspective
can I
from the
just say-
referee's point of view of why he gave the yellow card.
When are you speaking at the referee's dinner?
We don't care about the referee's
Of
point of view.
course
We're
you don't,
telling
but
you
that's,
it's wrong.
that's why the guys in charge of the referees is up in arms with it.
Ruffy, I've seen recently a player scoring a goal and running past the opposition fans and doing that, putting his ear like that as if to say, "Oh yeah,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
must,"
I know,
and
and
then
getting
going
booked.
like this,
Okay.
and then run, and he never got booked. Why not?
Well, that's the interpretation of the law.
No, but
Why
he's
is
no,
not
but
the
he-
game?
I've
Why
seen,
is he
I've
not
seen,
booked for
I've
that?
seen other people do
I've
that.
seen people
I've
jumping
seen
into the
doing
crowd
that.
and not getting the book.
I've seen people do
That's
that and get booked.
inconsistency.
And it's wrong. I think it's totally
Listen,
wrong.
I can understand the jumping into the crowd because
Yeah,
we've already
absolutely. I've
established
already
that
said
some
that.
people
Yes.
can get injured. But, Ruffy, I don't even know why, and then I realised why you're arguing that point. You've been tugged in the supermarket by a referee. You're speaking at an annual referee's dinner shortly, and you're defending what I call the indefensible.
All I'm defending is a young referee who's trying to go on in the game and applying the rules of the game as he's been brought
I'll
up.
tell you another factor.
Okay, maybe he's overreacted,
You know-
but he's applying the rules.
Do you know where I think the mistake might have come from too, though? And I'll give him credit, the referee. He's maybe running back and he gets a message in his ear from his fourth official who says a Rangers player, Halliday, has just gestured at the crowd.
He's not knowing what it is.
And he's going,
Simple
all
as
right.
that.
And he's just thinking, wait, and because Halliday had been chipping away at the referee just minutes before, and he's shouted him over and said, I'm going to book you because the linesman or the assistant has told him.
If the referee'd seen it, he wouldn't have booked him for
If
that.
he'd seen it, he wouldn't have done anything.
Yeah.
But he get told and he's
And with regards to the other point here, we'll leave that point, Ruffy, because you know you've left me completely and utterly bemused by your defence of something that you don't even believe in yourself. And if we're wanting to implement the rules to the letter of the law, then I think everyone has to be booked this afternoon for celebrating, even if they venture
But
over.
look, St Mirren's just scored. Hey!
St Mirren have equalised. And Maka has gestured there on the television.
Yeah,
Let's just, in fact, hold on. Yeah, Maka.
I've not got a red.
One more
It
yellow
was
Maka
a
and you're off.
screen. It was a screen.
In fact, there are some Alloa fans watching the programme who are raging about that, Maka. Just you be careful. The second one, I think, is the shortest argument we're ever going to have. The banner says no singing, no celebrating.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be blunt with you on the Rangers no singing. Nobody's against anybody singing.
No.
Everyone's against the songs that some fans enter into that they don't want to hear at grounds.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that.
That's what I'm saying, they do. There's no doubt about that. It's not nothing to do with singing. It's as you say, it's the verbiage.
Unsavoury
It's the
songs.
verbiage within the songs.
Vermin.
Yes.
Vermin.
Yes.
Yeah.
Verbiage.
So I can tell you something in a positive sense. That Messi has equalised for Barcelona, and between Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo, they've now scored 1,000 goals between them in their careers.
Just think, if Messi goes to Real Madrid.
By the way, what about this scoreline, Maka?
3 offers.
1, Bolton Wanderers 0, Leeds United 2.
Oh, I thought they'd get a good result last weekend because they won. They beat MK Dons 3-1, didn't they? Bolton. I thought maybe it's turned a wee bit.
Did you lose some players in the window
He's
there?
expecting to lose them this week because
this week?
the whole thing is critical now
Yeah,
at Bolton.
because if they're not getting paid, they're allowed to walk away.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, it's a strange one.
But to
Reading
be fair to
won,
Leeds,
Walsall
they're
0.
putting some money back into
That's
it. Trying to
still
go.
Reading 1, Walsall 0. Maka hasn't finished the sentence.
Sorry, I was looking. I was just looking at this chance here.
Another big
Sorry.
scoreline. I know it's Division 2. Annan are 2-0 up on leaders Elgin. So Annan have had a bad little run there. I think they've lost the last 4 games. And they were playing today against Elgin, who are top of the league. And Annan are beating them 2-0. So they're a little spring back from Annan's point of view there, because they had dropped down the league a bit. They're about 8 points behind Elgin when Annan were sitting in top, Peter.
Yeah.
And so that would be it's a good scoreline at the moment. And if they got that result today, it would mean Annan coming back a bit.
Here's so many people at Peter and Ruffy on Twitter and facebook.com/Peter and Ruffy. So many people actually just getting involved in this thing. Yes, if fans are happy to dish it out, then they must be able to take it if you're getting a bit of banter, providing, of course, it's not abusive or a gesture which is rude or inflammatory.
I totally agree with that.
And also, Ryan Kelly says, when Lee Griffiths does it, he's a silly boy, but as it's Rangers, this means the referee is wrong. He's looking for consistency. It's as simple as that.
I just think it was totally uncalled for. There was no reason, and he can't even do anything about it. If that had been a red card, he would have appealed and he would have got off it.
Yeah.
That's how bad it is.
you know why he was lucky? And what,
But it was a second yellow and you can't appeal that. It's ridiculous.
You're not allowed to appeal yellow cards, which is ridiculous. I've said that all along. But the other thing about it is, if he hadn't already had a yellow card and that had happened, it would have been an incident that would have been put aside. Nobody would have bothered. It was only because it ended up with a second yellow and he gets a red, then he gets suspended. You know what I mean? That's why it was such a big fuss.
I'll tell you right now, Johnston at the corner swung into the box, and it looks as if Manis was just flapping at the corner into the box. Johnston could have actually gone behind there, Ruffy, but Manis flapping, and eventually they get it cleared. Hibs could have scored again.
Yep, it's unfortunate not to get a goal just before half time, which would have been a bit of help for
Is
Hibs.
it unfortunate you arguing this point from a Hibs perspective? Is that what you're doing, Ruffy? No. Have you lost all sense of balance on this programme?
No, I'm just saying, if you were a Hibs supporter, a goal just before half time would have been
They're on our Coupon, Ruffy, that's different.
Yeah.
But they're not in the Coupon.
They are in mine here.
Our Coupons are all back to all draws again, aren't they?
Yeah,
3
Suarez
draws we've got.
Maka
Just scored
for Barcelona.
yeah.
So
I'll keep you up to date.
Maka's our Spanish correspondent. Reading 2, Walsall 0 is another score line for you this afternoon. The FA Cup, has it got that sparkle that it used to have, Gordon Smith?
No, not at all.
You don't think so?
No, it's still got a degree of it, but not. At one stage, Maka, years gone by, it was one of the biggest games in the world, the biggest club match in the world practically.
Yeah,
it was televised all around the world, the final. But now it's not the game it was. It's not even people who don't watch it.
Do you know what I love about this programme now? Because of social media, you get an immediate reaction to anything that's happening. And Ian McAllister says, and I agree with Ian, and I don't want you to butt in here and disagree, Ruffy, right, and start defending this. But Ian McAllister says, is there any chance you could tell Frank McAvenny to stop interrupting when Peter is talking? It's very annoying. Ian, I agree with you wholeheartedly. He doesn't get it. And also, Kevin
You should be at the game.
Still going.
You should be at the game anyway, Ian.
Yeah, absolutely. Kevin Dockery has said, has Ruffy lost his mind defending referees? Yeah, I mean, this is the type of interaction we're getting. Intelligent people are joining in with the conversation, and they're looking at Ruffy now. And all respect has gone, Ruffy. You started to defend the indefensible, and the fans are now suddenly changing their mind about the likeable, lovable rogue that you are.
Well, I'm only giving the defence of the referees, and I do agree with the referee guy that some of the criticism they get is over the top.
Yeah, and just on that point, and Gordon will back me up on this, and of course Kevin himself will realise 5 weeks ago, when Dundee United were in a position which was just abysmal, suddenly Ruffy from nowhere started to defend Dundee United and say that they were going to survive.
Yes.
And Gordon Smith and I, over a period of 2 to 3 weeks, conducted a full investigation into his lunacy and found out that he was doing the Dundee United dinner. So that's why you were defending them.
Yes, but in the footballing side, the lunacy has come true. Well, 5-1 win.
I was wondering whether Ruffy was maybe flying to Marbella tomorrow for the conference. The referees.
Yes, the referees
are
obviously
over there at the moment. They're not.
Yes, they are. I think they're La Manga.
Which is why I think the young referee Barry Cook got the game in the first place, Gordon.
Is that right? Yeah.
Portsmouth 1, Bournemouth 0. And I'll tell you, Robertson scored the goal, and if ever there's a club that highlights the madness of spending way above your budget, then Portsmouth are surely it. They delivered the FA Cup, Maka, but eventually it almost ruined them.
One of Harry Redknapp's old clubs.
Yes, absolutely. Harry was a good manager.
He was a great manager, and he liked spending money. So he got him to the top of the tree, if you like. But the money, a bit like other teams, the money that they've spent, it comes back. You can't keep doing that. You can't keep hemorrhaging money, and it comes back to haunt you. And luckily, the Portsmouth, it's the fans that have bought the club, Peter. So they're doing it in the right way, and they'll come back.
Just like Peter,
stronger than ever.
Rangers Falkirk 0-0 at half time. And can't be many games at Ibrox this season when it's been 0-0 at half time, I would imagine.
No, absolutely not. And I think, I don't know about you guys, but did you think it was going to be tight, Robbie? I thought it was.
I was hoping it was going to be tight. I was hoping it was going to be nothing each. I didn't want any saluting or anything during the game because making gestures. So let's hope the game just goes nice and smoothly.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
Maybe that's why there's no goals. They're all scared to score.
Listen, the big one is the League Cup semi-final. Let's go to Tynecastle. Half-time, Craig Turnbull.
Newcastle, it's Hibs 1, St Johnstone 1 in a fairly balanced game so far. You have to say it was a fairly lifeless first half, first 30 minutes, but the game exploded into life when Hibs took the lead through a Jason Cummings penalty. There were some complaints from the Saints defence as Liam Henderson drove into the box and was brought down by Miller. The Saints defenders felt that he went down too easy. Nevertheless, Stephen McLean pointed to the spot. To be fair, St Johnstone, they've had a great response since then, and they managed to get an equaliser through Joe Shaughnessy, a great header from David Witherspoon's cross. So it sets it up nicely for the second half here at Tynecastle. It's Hibs 1, St Johnstone 1.
Yep, it's on a knife edge there. Of course, St Johnstone, I think, as you guys mentioned at the start, would have been declared, Hibs were declared the favourites on it because of their spending power, but even a goal behind, they've been able to just battle back.
Yeah, I think so, Peter. Another aspect which was interesting, because when I'd heard, when we were talking about this on Monday night on the show, I was saying, well, the fact is that that St Johnstone are without players, but I think two out of the three that were considered doubtful made it today. Mackay was certainly one of them, and Miller was in as well. So I think that they were stronger than most people believed that they were going to be. And they fought back well. I mean, they rolled down, obviously, to the penalty very early in the game, but they fought back, and they'll get a big lift from that, because they've got a strong team. There's no doubt about it. Like McLean up front, I mean, he's hasn't scored yet, but he's always a threat to Hibs. So I think that is a wide open game. I think that still, I do at this stage believe that could go either way.
Okay, half time at Rugby Park. Kilmarnock Hamilton, Derek Clark.
Yeah, half time here at Rugby Park. It's Kilmarnock 0, Hamilton 0, in what's been a pretty uneventful 45 minutes of games that lacked fluency and has been start-stop for large swathes. Aki's passed up the best opportunity of the game on 17 minutes when Carlton Morris played Ali Crawford through on goal, but if only Jamie McDonald to beat, he managed to loft the ball wide. It was a finish for a player devoid of confidence at the moment. On a number of occasions he's picked the wrong pass and he looks a shadow of the player we all know he can be. Killie haven't really tested McGovern in the Aki's goal. Josh McGuinness finally forced him into making a save 10 minutes before the break with a 25-yard drive. The hosts are also forced into making a change in the first half when Craig Slater was taken off injured and replaced by Jamie Hamill. But half-time here at Rugby Park, it's Kilmarnock 0, Aki's 0.
Well, it might be a 6-pointer, but there's certainly not 6 goals in it. If they get one there, I think I'll be amazed. Derek Clark knows it's going to be tight. Will they get a goal in the second half? We'll stick with us on that. Ian, thanks for the tweet just in reply to Frank McAvenny. He would be at a game this afternoon, he says, but his Thistle game is off. So there you are. Well done, Ian, for replying.
Well done, Ian.
Join us with more social media and half-time scores coming up next. Welcome back to Peter and Ruffy's Saturday football show, half-time across the country in all 4 divisions. Let's have a look at the scores. Half-time in the Premiership: Dundee 1, Motherwell 2, Kilmarnock 0, Hamilton 0. Into the Championship: Dumbarton 0, Livingston 0, Rangers 0, Falkirk 0, and St Mirren 1, Alloa 1. In League One, the games that have survived the weather: Peterhead 1, Albion Rovers 1, Stranraer 1, Brecon City 0. And League 2, Annan Athletic 2, Elgin City 0, East Fife 0, Clyde 0, and East Stirling 0 are both 1. And the score line from the League Cup semi-final, the first of the 2 on offer over the weekend, it's Hibs 1, St Johnstone 1. So if there's going to be some drama, remember it can go to extra time on the day as well. So it's 1-1 at the moment. I can tell you the FA Cup score lines: Colchester 1, Tottenham Hotspur 4. So no problems, no shock for Maurizio Pochettino's side. Arsenal 1, Burnley 1, Aston Villa 0, Manchester City 2. I'm sure Villa will be quite happy to be thinking about the league and survival rather than any great cup run. More misery for Neil Lennon at Bolton. They are 2-0 down at home to Leeds United. It's Bury 0, Hull City 1, Crystal Palace 1, Stoke City 0, Oxford United 0, Blackburn Rovers 2. 2 Scots involved in one move out, one move in there at Blackburn for Paul Lambert. Nottingham Forest 0, Watford 0, Portsmouth 1, Bournemouth 0. That would be a shock if Portsmouth could knock out the Premier League side. Elsewhere, Reading 2, Walsall 0, Shrewsbury 0, Sheffield Wednesday 1, and West Brom 1, Peterborough 0. So that's you up to date with what's happening in the FA Cup, and we will keep you up to date with Liverpool West Ham when it kicks off a little later on today. So that League Cup semi-final, Ruffy, nicely poised in Scotland.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I think you're always aware, you know, when a game's so tight like that coming out in the second half, sometimes your concentration level's down and somebody nicks a goal, and that's what the players will be trying not to happen. But I think the second half will be quite exciting, because I think that they will go and try and win the game. I don't think Gordon thinks it's a replay.
No, it's extra time.
Extra time. Well, I don't think anybody wants that extra time and penalties. That's a horrible way to go.
I actually like extra time and penalties because I think it adds more excitement. I actually think you should go straight to penalties.
Yeah.
Miss a game.
Well. Michael, only you can deduce that.
Remember, Peter, Jackie Blanchflower was a speaker, and he always said it's a joke, and I actually thought that would actually be a great idea. He said you finish the game, you have the penalties, and you know who's won, but then you have the extra time then. So you already know the team who's lost the penalties knows they have to win in normal time. I think it would make it quite exciting, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
The penalties first.
I think I'd like to just go straight to penalties after the game. If you can't separate them, get the excitement right at the end of the game. You can give us your thoughts at Peter and Ruffy on Twitter and facebook.com/Peter and Ruffy. We will get more reaction to the half times then. It's second half underway coming up next. Welcome back to Peter and Ruffy's Saturday Football Show. Alan Ruff, Frank McAvenny and Gordon Smith are with me here in the studio. Well, their bodies are here, maybe not their minds, but we've got an interesting afternoon ahead. Let's go to Tynecastle as the team's just coming back out onto the field of play. If you were putting your money on any team to edge it, Craig Turnbull, which one would it be?
Yeah, for me, Peter, I think it would be Hibs. They've created the better chances in that first half. There haven't been that many chances, that said, but Hibs look more attacking threats, and Johnston just soaking up the pressure and looking to counter with the pace of a Halloran. But as it stands, I think Hibs will probably sneak this one 2-1.
So Craig is backing your old team, Ruffy, on this one, on the evidence of what he's watched in the first 45.
Yeah, it just shows you how crucial Stokes might have been if he was available. You know, when the game's poised at possibly one each with 20 minutes to go, and you've got somebody like him sitting on the bench, you know, the introduction of him might have just turned it, but that's not going to happen today, so the Hibs players will have to dig it out themselves.
Rangers against Falkirk in the Championship is probably a game that everybody's casting their eye over, Gordon, with great interest. This one, again, on a day like today, Hibs could be looking and thinking what a bonus it would be if they got to the semi-final and Rangers slipped up. So Mark Warburton will earn this corn with this half-time team talk.
Yeah, I mean, I think even a draw would suit Hibs today in that game. You know, if both Rangers and Falkirk fail to pick up points, I think they'd be happy with that. I mean, as I say, there's been very few games we've seen covering Rangers games where it was sitting at 0-0 at half-time. But, you know, as I say, all credit to Falkirk. They've obviously done well against Rangers. As we spoke about before the game, I mean, unbeaten since October, 13 league games without a defeat. That shows you that they are a form team. And they're doing well. They're going to Ibrox today, obviously making it hard for Rangers. We don't know we haven't had the full report on how the game's been going, but nevertheless, the fact that they managed to hold Rangers, and maybe they've had chances themselves, because as I said before, most of the teams now are playing a game against Rangers now where they're sitting in and they're just soaking up the pressure, because Rangers don't throw many crosses in. They try to play through you, and if you have a really tight defence, you make it difficult for Rangers to play that style of football, because there's no big striker they can actually throw in for headers. So that's why teams are playing tight, sitting back, covering their box and hitting Rangers on the counter-attack to try and score from that. So at the moment, I'm sure Peter Houston will be delighted with how things are going.
I think the only outcome that I think would be sending the Hibs fans into dreamland would be Falkirk winning that game.
I think Falkirk's got a chance. I mean, what they've done is they've hit the bar. They've came close, so there's obviously chances in the game, and you know what? They're not scared to go to Ibrox. We said that before the game, so it's showing that they're going there and they're going to have a chance. I think they've got a great chance. Yeah. Getting to the second half, the Rangers fans are going to be on their back. They're going to need to get wanting their team to go forward more, create chances, and Falkirk could hit them on the break because they've got really quick players that can do damage to Rangers if they leave spaces at the back.
Okay, you can interact with us this afternoon at Peter and Ruffy on Twitter and facebook.com/Peter and Ruffy. The reason why I mention that is because Stephen Livingston has been on to us. Thank you, Stephen, for your Facebook message. Just as Annan go 3-0 up against Elgin City, I think that game looks done and dusted. Jim Chapman, we had him on the programme, will be a happy man. Stephen Livingston said, I'd like to ask Ruffy what salute he thinks Andy Halliday made towards the Morton fans. Certainly wasn't anything of a sectarian gesture or, I mean, it wasn't, something that you would suggest was downright rude.
Well, the first thing is you'd have to ask Andy Halliday why he did it. I mean, I can't read his mind why he did it. He must have did it for a reason.
Celebrating a goal, that's what he done it for.
There's other ways to celebrate a goal.
Yeah. Kenny Miller's just had a goal ruled offside. What gesture, he's asking, do you think he made? And the gesture is this, Ruffy.
Yeah, but we don't know. You have to ask him why he thought that gesture was the one that he wanted to use.
Do you think it was wrong? Do you think it was wrong for him to use it? I don't think it was wrong.
I don't think it was wrong either. All I'm saying is why he got the yellow card.
Because the
linesman thought it was an action for whatever reason. You would have to ask him what his reason was. I can't read the guy's mind and say why he did it. All I'm saying is there are other ways to celebrate.
Yes. Yes, there are indeed other ways to celebrate it, but I think the argument we initially started with is dealing with the issue of how he celebrated it. Was it inflammatory? Was it a gesture that could have sparked a riot? I think in many people's view, it wasn't, Gordon Smith.
No, I would say no. I'd say that just looks like, yes, we've scored. That's all you're doing there. You're not actually doing anything. I mean, you could interpret it every way you want.
Yeah, I could interpret it other ways as well.
How would you interpret it?
Well, I couldn't actually say it on the telly, but there are ways to do it.
Somebody going like that. What happens?
If you ran again, if I go, I don't know why I'm going to Rangers and Celtic. If you went up to a crowd at a Rangers Celtic game, and you've scored and went like that, other people would take that in another interpretation.
I saw Andy Murray hitting a winner yesterday in his match, and he went like that. We hit a winner. Now there must have been fans of that other player. Was that?
Yeah, but I think
did Andy Murray get
but I think with fans in different sports react differently.
Well, that's their fault.
Exactly, that's their fault.
It's not to do with the gesture, it's to do with the...
Well, why is there... Here's a great way to end this, by the way. This is the perfect way to end this. And again, it all depends on which way your head works and on which maybe side of the bridge you are as a football fan. But I'm going to read this out because we try and offer balance. As Claire Marie McCourt has pointed out on Facebook, she says, "Can I ask you, if it had been a player from any other football team," which suggests we're biased towards Rangers, Claire, that Barry Cook sent off, would you and all the other media outlets be giving it so much time? I do wonder.
I think we would have.
I think we probably would have, Claire, to be honest with you.
I think we would have, yeah, because it was on TV. We all watched it, and it became an issue that a player gets sent off for an incident which most people can't believe. I think it would be a talking point.
Yes,
definitely. No matter which team or which player it was.
No, it doesn't matter. Even if it was one of the Morton players, it's wrong.
Yeah,
it's wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so too. I mean, it's just one of those situations where eventually you keep pushing the rules to the point where you eradicate the joy and the celebration of somebody celebrating a goal. I mean, I think the feeling of celebrating something that people can go away and laugh and have a bit of fun with and banter. What we always on this programme and right throughout the media would criticise is anybody who does something which is inflammatory.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, that wasn't. The point is that wasn't inflammatory.
And that's the argument. And I'm looking at you and I'm thinking,
all I'm saying is why are these rules put in place then? Who puts these rules in place? Who puts the rule in place where you can't take your strip off and show messages under it, but players continue to do it and take up a booking which later on in the season will get them a ban?
They know they're going to get booked for taking the shit off.
Yeah. Well, surely that's irresponsible. But who brought up that? Why?
It was a law that get brought in because what they tried to do was to try to take away, because it was a lot of it was taking their shirt off to have the things written on their t-shirts. So rather than trying to identify whatever was written on the t-shirt, that every time it happened, they brought the law in to stop players doing it altogether, regardless then of what was on the t-shirt. They just made them. It's a yellow card if you do it.
So the point is, before you go out the game, you know you're going to get it.
If you take your shirt off.
Well, if you've written something underneath your strip, you know you're going to take it off.
Listen, the most important part.
Peter Head have scored.
Yeah, Peter Head have scored. That's what I was about to say. Our treble's back on now. Peter Head have scored. We just need it's just a minor technicality. Yes.
2 hands, just in case.
And by the way, Frank, I don't know if you can see this, yes, Rocky, anger, yes. But by the way, there's just a minor technicality. St Mirren and Kilmarnock are not winning yet.
Another point I bring up, Peter. If we take this further. Marie's not happy with it. I think we're going to move on. Marie's not happy with her answer on that.
No, she's not happy. She thinks we're spending too much time on it.
No, what I'm saying is, supposing you said, like, I would ask Ruffy this, supposing you say, see if you score a goal again and you're actually intimidating the opposition fans if you score. So therefore we should rule out goals. Yeah. Make goals that are unlawful then. Because you don't want to upset the opposite.
In my 20 years of experience, a footballer when making a gesture is doing it for some reason.
Yes.
20 years.
If somebody's noising them up in the crowd.
Well, it was 10 years when he never trained.
Yeah. If somebody's noising them up in the crowd, it's a noise up. I get why you're doing it. I get why players are doing it, but I would say 9 times out of 10, a player makes a reaction for some reason.
Yeah, absolutely.
To make a point.
Ruffy, that's normal in life.
I get sent off. I
absolutely.
get sent off for St Mirren against Hearts for making the gestures to the Hearts crowd.
Did you?
Yeah.
Has you
I
already had
get
a
sent
booking?
off. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
I
a
did
second
the booking,
booking,
was
was
a
it?
second, yeah.
Yeah.
I swore I never done it, but
Yeah.
but you know,
Why not find that a surprise? But of course, listen, Mark can nearly get jailed for just a slight push.
Nearly.
The world's gone
criminal
mad.
record. I was going nuts.
But,
You know, that referee who refereed that game
Yes.
never refereed again.
well, that's not technically true.
Well, he refereed down the leagues. He never refereed top
I
games.
kid you not, he refereed a 5-a-side game I was in about 2 years
brilliant.
later.
But there's no way. There was no way that situation could have caused a riot.
Yeah, Mark. I can't argue with Ruffy on that one. The whole place was going nuts at the time.
I thought it was good fun.
Anyway, and isn't it interesting that I think Chris Woods took his top off on that day, but you kept yours on. That says all about preparation. Chris Woods had a six-pack. He looked as if he was in good condition.
I had a six-pack in the changes room.
Peterhead are 3-1 up. Yes, Ruffy. 3-1 to Peterhead. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Rory McAllister scored the second one. And he's just the enigma of football, isn't he? Rory McAllister stays up there happy, scores the goals.
Yeah.
It's great to have him on your side.
It's amazing. I wonder if he will look back at his career and wonder if he should have maybe taken the chance just to go and play at a higher level, just to see where he could have gone. I know he was perfectly happy.
He got the third one as well, Gordon.
The third one,
yeah.
he's an unbelievable goal scorer. I mean, and he's got obviously the big match Peterhead have got coming up at the beginning of March against Rangers in the Petrofac Cup. But he's been a tremendous player, and I just wonder whether, as I say, he'll might regret at some stage that he never decided to go and see what level he could have played at. Because I know he's comfortable in his life, he's got a good job, and he's doing well at Peterhead, but I think you should always want to play at the very top of your profession.
Sometimes you've got to think, though, you're going to make enough money. It's all right going better team than Peterhead, but you're going to make enough money for you and your family. If not, you've got to say, I've got a good job, I'm enjoying my football. And some people...
Yeah. But it might not be about the money, not necessarily the money, Frank, just to actually play is at the highest level you can play.
I know.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
If you're going to get to the top, if he thinks he can make it to the very top, then fine. You would make the move.
Yeah.
But if he doesn't, if he thinks he's going to be just a couple of step ups,
I think there was
he's not going to make the kind of money that
I think there was interest in him.
I think he's on $3,000 at Peterhead.
The team.
East Fife 1, Clyde 0, Insel with the goal there. And the other point I was going to make, Dumbarton are a goal up on Livingston, as well as the other scoreline we brought you there, Peterhead 3, Albion Rovers 1. That game is turned on its head. Still, Shrewsbury 1, Sheffield Wednesday 1. Still waiting on a goal from Ibrox. Hasn't materialised. Kenny Miller's had a goal disallowed. And I can tell you, Docherty has scored for Dumbarton in that match against Livingston. Just on that point that you made there, Ruffy, is there something that, you know, and it depends on your outlook on life. You know, Rory McAllister, as Mark has said, that he's got a career, he's got a trade, he's got a good job, and he's happy to play the part-time football with Peterhead as well in the circumstances. But I was wondering if is there one area of your football career that you regret, you wish you'd done differently?
I have to be honest, possibly staying at Partick Thistle for I think it was 12 years when other people were moving about and experienced other divisions and picking up a lot of money. We had something to do with it. No, but I don't think you think about it at the time. But if you were look back and say probably 7 years, 8 years.
Did you not fancy going into the
But we never knew. We had this discussion. I mean, every time I meet with Bertie, there was offers here and there, but then we didn't have agents. We didn't have agents. We didn't know what the bids were. It was just a telephone call. But funnily enough, the defining point was after we won the League Cup on the Saturday. On the Monday, I think it was Hull City manager come up and offered 60 grand or something like that on the Monday.
Yes.
And the club turned it down.
60,000.
60,000.
1971 though.
Wow.
Micah.
And when I saw that was in the papers, and I said to Dave McParland, why? And he said, I don't think it's the right move for you. And you just said, well, okay. And that was that. So that might have been. But there was other ones. There was Middlesbrough. I could have went to Middlesbrough. And
To be fair, you wouldn't have fitted in on this programme, Robbie, with
No.
a kind of a Dean
True.
Windass accent. You know what I mean? You've got to keep the accent that you have. We're happy with you. The way you're chatting. Anything you regret, Gordon, that you changed one moment, you know?
Not really, no. I think pretty happy with the way. I think my move from Kilmarnock happened a bit later than it should have. I didn't realise there was teams in for me. Ruffy heard about that, but I didn't know there was teams in for me, and I might have moved a bit earlier and played at a higher level quicker, because I was a part-time player till I was 22. Yeah. But overall, I played in 4 countries and I get good fees from that, so I'm happy with how it went. I wasn't playing for money, I never was. I made decent money when I was in England, there's no doubt about that, compared to what the people were getting paid in those days, not compared to what players earn now.
Yeah.
You know, I think I was at Man City, I was like, you'd laugh what I was earning compared to what they're getting now at Man City.
Yeah, let's laugh then, won't we?
I was in 1984, I went there and I took a drop in wages from Brighton. I was on £600 a week at Brighton and I went on to 500 at Man City.
I was getting that, it was a month.
Yeah.
No, I'm only kidding.
I know you were kidding.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting. Micah, regrets? I've had a few.
No, not really. I mean, you think maybe I should have went and tried abroad, you know?
Yeah.
And, you know, and I just wouldn't have. I had a chance to go a couple of times in Italy. Come in for me, and I just said no.
Yeah.
So.
You wouldn't have. I don't think
I
you
don't
would have
think
liked
so. I'd have liked
abroad.
pasta and all
I
that.
mean, if you'd have gone to Spain, you'd had to have had a break in the afternoon, a couple of glasses of wine, things like that wouldn't have suited you, Mike. It just wouldn't have been. It wouldn't have been you. I have to say that Will Vaulks has had a shot. What a save from Foderingham. That's a great one. And also, I can tell you that Billy King and Harry Forrester have come on. Miller and Law have gone off. And I at this minute, I think St Mirren are 2-1 up.
The treble's back on.
There we are. We're now looking for a treble, not the treble.
Kilmarnock have just missed a sitter.
What a chance for Kilmarnock. They've just missed a sitter, or it could have been. It could have been. Are we going to earn a lot of money out of this treble?
No, you get your money back.
I'm not too sure.
No.
I think the Kilmarnock odds were quite good.
Yeah, absolutely. 6-4.
Yeah.
4-9 St Mirren.
So you get about 10
8-15
back.
Peterhead.
Yeah, it's around about £100.
You get a happy meal.
And, yeah, absolutely, and a drink at most other places as well, may I add. Always like to cover my tail on that. So St Mirren 2-1 up in that one. That game's turned on its head as well. I do think, and I know that's a wee bit far-fetched, I do think that St Mirren can actually get into the playoff, just scrape it.
I hope they do, but I'd just love to see Alec turning it around and putting in a fight and getting someone, because they should be up there. I was expecting them to be challenging me or Falkirk and Hibs, and I thought that's where it was going to be. And it's sad to see them like that, but you know.
I can tell you right now, St Johnstone have just hit the bar. Simon Lampin with a free kick. Look at that. And Monitor 7 just leathered that one there. And it just goes onto the bar. What a chance that was, Micah.
It was a good shot. He's put a bit of power in that, and it's keeper's no chance.
Yeah, that was a great opportunity. Look at Gordon looking at you as if you're a space cadet, Micah. What's he all about?
He's seen something on here. Look.
He's got a bar, Gordon.
He's got a 4-4-2 here.
You hit the bar, Gordon.
Yes.
There's still a chance, nevertheless. I mean, next goal, the winner, in my mind, Rocky. What do you think?
Hibs, yes, I would agree with that. The way it's going back and forward, I think the team that gets the next goal will go on and win that one.
Yeah, okay, there you have it from Ruffy. Yeah. The definitive from the man.
Or maybe not.
Who wants to ban fans and players and any enjoyment whatsoever. Don't forget, if Ruffy organises a game and you're going to wear black and grey, and there'll be no smiling, no gestures, nothing, just hand your money over and go in there and bear it. I was going to say grin and bear it, but grin could incite me.
You know what's going to happen tonight? We're all going to watch the highlights of every goal that's scored and every celebration and just keep flicking.
Yeah,
Yeah.
see if anybody's celebrating.
I'll
And
tell
it
you-
depends where they're looking when they celebrate.
Yeah, Peterhead, that game's done and dusted. They're 4-1 up now.
That's
Gordon
it,
Smith.
finished.
Yeah,
That's a good
they're
one.
cruising it.
Who's
they were on a
who's
good
got
run.
Peterhead, you?
Ruffy went Peterhead, I went St Mirren.
you're a man.
But the thing was that, I mean, they lost an early goal. Aberdeen Rovers scoring. Aberdeen Rovers have been in good form though, but that's Peterhead have been strong. I thought they might have got the result against Dunfermline, and yet unbelievably, Dunfermline got the draw at Peterhead, and yet last night they lose 1-0 at home to Airdrie. That was a bit of a shock scoreline, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It was a shock. And
Yeah.
what do you make of the move now? Airdrie want to go full time next season. I think it's great. I mean, there are a lot of changes in Airdrie, a lot of positive changes in my book, Ruffy.
Yeah, I had to say it took me by surprise. You know, it's a big financial move there, so they must have things in order, you know, to compensate for that. But it is a big ask. Maybe they'll have government stuff behind them, bring young players in. I think they have got a lot of young players there. But it's good for the player. It means you can attract players. You can attract possibly a better player, knowing that he's going to full-time football. And I'm sure Airdrie want to get back to where they were.
Yep, Shane Sutherland scoring that goal for Peterhead. And I think it's one of those days where they'll be giving Rory McAllister the match ball at the end. He's on a hat-trick. I'll tell you, Chris Boyd has just hit the bar from a free kick for Kilmarnock. What a chance that was. And it's still 0-0 between Kelly and Hamilton Accies. So it's on a knife edge in the games, certainly that we are covering this afternoon and looking at very closely, with implications at the bottom end and of course implications for trying to get yourself into a cup final, because it's 1-1 and I can't quite call which way it's going to go, Gordon, on the evidence of what Craig Turnbull's been telling us.
Yeah, very, very tight. He said he reckoned at half-time that Hibs looked the better team, and if anybody's going to win it would be them, but you know, obviously they've had the chances. St Johnstone have hit the bar as well from a free kick, and as I say, I didn't think my reckon on the game was there was nothing in it, and I agree with you guys, it'll probably be the next goal, the first goal that happens now will probably be a winner in that game. It's a very tight match, but as I say, I think St Johnstone, you know, the fact they've come back from 1-0 down, I think they'll be quite confident that they can go and get something from this game. And as we've mentioned before, you know, if Hibs had been able to bring on Stokes, that could have been a big thing for them as well. It could have given them a big lift, couldn't it?
Can I tell you something? Gary Harkins has just had a Marco van Basten effort, and it's just gone wide. But I love the fact that Gary Harkins has even attempted it. In case you're wondering, what is a Marco van Basten? I think a Marco van Basten is well worthy of getting on YouTube. You find out the game, European Championships 1988 against Russia. The ball's so far out wide, an acute angle, and he volleys it back.
Yeah, it was just a Marco then if it didn't go into it. So
Yeah.
Van Bassen's been in. So it's just call it a Marco. It was something that no other normal player would have tried, Peter. You know, you certainly don't. It's just one of them. You've either got it, you're on form, your confidence is so high, and the confidence that must have been running through Van Basten to hit that shot. There was nobody in the crowd. There was nobody watching it on TV thought he was going to hit it, and tremendous. And Gary Harkins, do you think he's got that kind of confidence? It just shows you there's life in Old Dog yet.
Yeah, absolutely. It's magnificent when you see that sort of thing. And the good thing is, Ruffy, the fans go home talking about those little things.
Yeah.
Because it gives them the enjoyment of football, which is, after all, a game, a sport, fun, entertainment. That's what we want. That's why we are into football, Ruffy. It's an entertainment, and you have spoiled it for us this afternoon with your referee gibberish.
As long as you act responsibly after you've scored the goal.
It's going to come out at some point before we go off air tonight that you're doing a dinner for the referees, or you're doing something.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's no way you would stick up for a
By the
referee.
way, the worst situation could be if me and you, Maka, and we have been known to enter a club, we walk into a club and there is Ruffy standing alongside Stephen McLean and all the referees giving it this. We hope that doesn't happen, Ruffy. If you're on a night out, you know, the last thing I want is you giving gestures like this to the referees. That would be inflammatory.
I tell you, Hibs have had a
what
couple
a
of chances.
chance. Jason Cummings here, Ruffy. Look at that, one-on-one. He should have scored there against Manus and St Johnstone.
Yeah, I think Gordon's the person you want to ask about one-on-ones. He could probably tell us better what goes through your mind when that happens.
Here's a man who scores for Arbroath regularly. Gordon Smith makes it 3-0. Bobby Lynn.
Bobby Lynn, yeah, gets a few goals. I mean, he's still in our sitting at the bottom of the table. I mean, they've got games in hand, but they're not had a great season. But you know, I think that there's nothing in that league. It's a great division, but Arbroath, who are also just managing to come up the league a little bit, they've still got a chance of reaching that playoff place. Arbroath, so that's a good victory for them. That's, I mean, almost tied it up now.
How did you do it? What was your favourite going through one-on-one with the keeper?
When I was going through one-on-one, I wasn't really comfortable going through one-on-one with the keeper.
I loved it. I thought it was great. Because of my pace, there's no way keepers like him
Gordon
were going to get
pace, like.
No, but there's no way I used to go. I know that Charlie Nicholas and that used to go up and he'd go up and do like you do at 60, try and beat the keeper. Whereas me, I just run at him, knock it wide and hit it by him. That was just simple for me, rather than go close to him and give him a chance.
Well, I tried to shoot. I tried to shoot when the goalkeeper didn't expect me to. That's what I did, rather than go and take them on.
A goalkeeper told me that the best way to put it is down beside their legs. They can't get down there.
That's why I'm missing the cup
down
final.
Close.
I did that thinking I thought Gary
stick his leg out.
Yeah, I thought he was going to come. I thought he was going to come towards me, and I played it hard and low, close to his feet. But for some reason, and he got it right, he dived. He dived the wrong way, and it stuck into his legs.
But in all fairness, Gordon, he was a big guy.
He was
a big framey guy.
But I thought he was going to come towards me, and that's why I hit it there. And if I had known he was going to do that, I would have scored. I should have scored.
Well, to be honest with you, I'm going to tell you, Shane Sutherland could be in line for the match ball as well. He scored the 4th and the 5th. So he's banged in the goal in the 67th minute, 5-1 up against Albion Rovers, doing well there. Peterhead, there's no way back. I can tell you that it's Atletico Madrid 1, Barcelona 2. Atletico Madrid are now down to 9 men. They've had 2 players sent off for gesturing to the crowd. Come on, Messi! No, they haven't, Ruffy, but they have had 2 players sent off in that match. So I think if Barcelona don't win it from that position, there's something wrong. Still 0-0. Still 0-0. Rangers Falkirk. This one is tight. And the tension inside the ground.
This will be hard. If Falkirk were to lose this late on, it could be a blow they won't recover from.
It's what you want with top of a class like that.
And I can tell you right now, let's go to Rugby Park for an update from Derek Clark.
It's Kilmarnock 0, Hamilton at 1. It could have been an own goal. It was an Ali Crawford corner in. I think it might have took a touch off Carlton Morris or a Kilmarnock defender. It deceived. Jamie McDonald went into the back of the net. The Accies faithful are jubilant here. They lead by a goal to 0.
Yeah, sorry lads about that. I thought Kilmarnock just might be able to edge it at home, but suddenly Gordon Smith, Accies have taken the lead.
Yeah, it's a big scoreline. That is a massive one in terms of what this could mean, because Accies have that 1 point lead over Kelly. If they end up winning this game, it becomes a 4 point lead. You know, Kilmarnock then are within distance. I mean, at the moment they've got an 11 point lead over Dundee United, but Dundee United will have 2 games in hand after today, 2 league games in hand, albeit hard. The form they're in, but if they were to get those 2 league wins, they could reduce that right down to 7 points.
Do you think if Hamilton won today, the manager could be looking at manager's job again, because he's got a lot of goals getting shipped in. There's a lot of goals getting shipped in, and
possibly
very easily.
I don't see them making that change, Ruffy. Do you?
No, I think there's a new ownership in there, and they have to show some kind of stability. But we've seen it before. Some people react in different ways.
New owners.
The crowd, how they react towards the directors. When it's not a capacity crowd sometimes the directors hear a lot more than what they want to hear, particularly if they're in the director's box and they've got their family with them and
especially
friends.
Home games, you know,
Especially home games, I know.
especially some of the scorelines have been getting.
I'll tell you one thing,
results.
in the League Cup semi-final, it looks as if it's all Hibs here.
Yeah.
In the second half, one-way traffic is how it's being described to me. So we'll keep you up to date with how that one pans out. So there's 2 big games that I think everyone's looking at. But let's not forget also Dundee 1, Motherwell 2 at the moment. That would be a good away win for Motherwell, Ruffy, who want to clearly climb up the table and away from this madness at the bottom.
We looked at the league table, and even right up to 6 points, up to sixth, 7th place, you can always be drawn into it. I mean, the gap's so close, so we keep saying it, you know, any club, particularly away from home, if you can pick up 3 points, if you get a home game, 2 or 3 wins, and it could just relieve the pressure. But I think we're going to be really close all the way to the end of the season.
And I can tell you there's a goal at Tynecastle, and it's Hibs have just scored. John McGinn, and that is incredible. 25-yard drive with the left foot. What a crowd. Just looking. Manis, no chance. No chance there whatsoever, Frank.
Just
left foot drive low into the bottom of the net.
Keep it no chance, but what a boost this is just for the league as well. If they get through, imagine they get through to the final, what a boost it is to come up and put that final challenge for the last 13 games or so for the season.
I mean, it's incredible, isn't it,
tremendous.
I mean, it's an incredible scoreline, that, because you give Hibs credit. I mean, that this is the 3rd Premier League side that played in this competition, and that shows you, you know, if people are looking at the standard in the league below, it shows you that there is a closeness there. That, you know, that Hibs could beat Aberdeen, Dundee United, and now St Johnstone.
I fancied Hibs now, just because Stokesy was there. I'm thinking maybe St Johnstone just a days, but
we did feel the next goal was going to be crucial.
Yeah.
So
well, I did say to you it was all Hibs there, Ruffy, and the superiority has paid off.
Yeah, but sometimes you can be on top. There's Kilmarnock's even been hitting the bar, hitting the post, and then all of a sudden Hamilton scores. So you've got to be really aware. But that's one of the reasons that Alan Stubbs brought the boy McGinn there. He not only is tireless worker in midfield, he can come up with a spectacular goal. Yeah. And I think did he not win goal of the season one year?
Yeah, for St Mirren.
The one with St Mirren, the one he dribbled by everybody, and he also hit a tremendous volley in that season as well. So that's what he's got in his makeup, and he's been sensational.
Has he been a player that maybe clubs have missed and full marks to him for taking full advantage?
Well, I think I remember him doing an interview when he said he had the chance to go to Premier League teams, and he didn't go. He chose Hibs over Premier League opposition because he wanted to. He felt Hibs were an up and coming team. He felt they were a big club that had more to achieve. So give him credit for that if it works out for him.
I think that's true.
Well, he said that in an interview. He said he had the chance to go to Premier League.
Yeah, well, it's Premier League in Scotland.
Premier League in Scotland.
Yeah.
But you think about it, Frank.
I think who would have.
Tommy Wright has more or less been saying this week Hibs are a bigger club. So when you think about it, if say it was St Johnstone, Hibs,
club.
Yeah, and great potential, but he's done a good job for them. I mean, he has fitted in really well at Hibs.
Yeah, okay, I can tell you, Teixeira, the man that Liverpool have been tracking from Shakhtar Donetsk, has signed now, and he's going to start today.
Won't make any difference.
Yeah?
No,
because they're playing. Just in case you're wondering, the good thing about this programme is certain pundits are completely and utterly compromised on this programme. And Maka has just said it won't make a blind bit of difference because they're playing West Ham. So there you are. It's as simple as that. You see, he can get away with saying that because it's West Ham, and nobody will pick him up on it. But there you have it. We're keeping you right up to date with Aston Villa 0, Manchester City 3.
Wow.
And that looks as if I can't quite make out who's got the Ian Atcho has got the
hat
trick.
So 3.
It's amazing that Suarez hasn't scored in that game, because you think when they score 3 goals. Not Suarez.
Aguero. Suarez scored in the back.
Suarez scored for Barcelona.
I'm all over the place here.
Suarez had scored the transfer of the century.
He scored for Barca today.
Sunscreen 52.
But but Aguero has been in great scoring form, as I say, and when Man City normally win by 3 goals, he's generally in the score sheet, isn't he?
Yep, absolutely.
Might be now. It's 4.
There you go, it's 4.
Oh, it might be now, yeah.
Aston Villa 0 and Manchester City 4.
Sterling.
The rout. And
what cheek.
Raheem Sterling. I'm not a fan of Sterling's.
Nah.
Is that bad?
I'm not.
I think I would say overrated. He is overrated, but I think he's good. But he's not the value.
When he cut that ball back the other night, was it the
over the line?
Over the line and
against Everton.
Yeah, I didn't like his interview.
The interview I thought it was so. He said, "Well, he said it's a goal. It doesn't matter if it's over the line." I'm thinking, and then the boys asked him, "Do you think Man City, Liverpool? Do you think you've got a few texts from some of his ex-teammates at Liverpool?" No, it was like so.
Yeah, it was dismissive.
Oh, very dismissive. And I thought, what are you doing? You know, just
have a bit of fun. Yeah. But apparently his agent is Alan Ruff. So he's just deadpan. Listen, Raheem, don't make any gestures. Just go to the park, do your stuff.
Yes or no.
And if you score, no gestures, nothing like that. And don't give any of the fans fun. Saturday afternoon, 2 till 6. We try to bring you as much fun as we possibly can. There's laughs with Macca. There's a few jokes with Gordon Smith, and then straight down to the laws of the rules. Anything at all to do with fun has been taken out of it by Alan Ruff. It's as simple as that. I don't know what's getting to you this afternoon, Ruffy. This is not the guy that I met 2 or 3 years ago. And thought,
it must be that diet I'm on. Maybe it's affecting me.
And by the way,
it's affecting my mind.
How is it going?
It's doing all right. I'm not losing as much as I expected, but I'm getting there.
Could you still have
if
those?
If you see me next year, I might.
Are you doing a lot of training in this new diet?
Yes, I am. I'm actually watching what I'm eating and drinking as well.
Is that your training? Is that your training?
I've enrolled you for the kilt walk. You're doing that.
I thought I was doing the cycle.
You're doing the STV kilt walk and the cycle.
And the
cycle. Okay,
not in the one day, hopefully.
Hey?
Not in the one day.
And you're doing the Santa Claus run, McKenna, the place that doing in Liverpool.
Yeah.
I do the one in Glasgow every year.
Do you?
You do,
yes,
yeah.
I do.
Absolutely.
Do you dress up as Santa Claus?
Yes, everybody dresses up as Santa.
Job?
Yeah, everybody dresses up as Santa.
If you lose weight, you're not about to do it next year.
Can I tell you this? Oxford United 0, Blackburn Rovers 3. Great for Paul Lambert. He may well lose Jordan Rhodes for $9 million, but Tony Watt in there.
Well, I'm a fan of Tony. I'm not. He's let himself down, but he's a good player. He was at Celtic. I thought they should have kept him because I thought it's something that the other strikers at Celtic didn't have. He had pace. He could go over the top, and he was a big player up front. Whereas he's went down and he's had a few problems. But listen, Cardiff wanted to buy him until the embargo, so he's obviously doing something right.
Yeah.
And straight away Blackburn's coming from. So I think.
Smith. Balks just wide 25 yards. Oh, he hit that just nicely and it's just gone past.
And Bolton have got one back as well.
And Bolton have got a goal back. Bolton 1, Leeds United 2, so still not over in that cup.
West Brom, that's quite a surprise. Peterborough have equalised against West Brom.
Yep, it's 1-1 there. And Stranraer 2-0 up on Brecon City. So we're keeping you right up to date with all the goals that hit the back of the net. And Peterhead are out, 5-1 ahead now. There's no way back for Albion Rovers in that match. 5-1 up Stranraer, 2-0 against Brecon also in the League One. And elsewhere, I think East Fife 2, Clyde 0, Ruffy. That's a scoreline that won't please Barry Ferguson.
Yeah, it's a bad one for Clyde, but East Fife have been doing well, and particularly at home. So it's not that much a surprise because that's a tight league as well.
Clyde's been doing well, hasn't he? Clyde's been doing well.
Lost their last couple of games though.
Yeah, is Big Marvin playing? Big Marvin back there? Is he playing? Is he getting a game?
Sure, East Fife, as Ruffy says,
Do you know, Peter? Is he?
They won 4 of the last 5 games. East Fife, so they are on a run.
I know, but I just thought.
But Annan today have moved up as well because they've got a good win against Elgin. Although Elgin have now made it 3-2.
Can I actually say they're talking about? Somebody was talking about regionalising some games. I mean, that's a hell of a journey into Annan, Elgin City, and they've not got any money.
I believe they should. I believe they should regionalise it.
Was it you was talking about it and regionalise it?
Yeah.
That's never been that's an awful journey.
No, I know. I think they should regionalise it in Scotland and save these journeys.
Save his supporters money.
Yeah.
Yep, I can tell you, Mark Beveridge says you better be careful. He's just sent us a lovely tweet saying you better watch, Ruffy will be getting a complex.
I really think so, Mark.
I don't think so, Mark. He's got two complexes. He's renting them out as we speak. But, I don't think it'll affect your personality.
Not at all.
What a chance that was there. Good play from John McGinn again. And look at that, he's just in behind the St Johnstone defence, and it's just just beyond the post. What a chance that was again. That could 3-1 it finishes it. St Johnston's still in it though. It's 2-1 to him.
Absolutely, I've been all over with that goal. I think I don't think there'd been any way back from him if that had gone in. But so that there's only minutes left. I mean, obviously if St Johnstone get a goal, we'll get extra time coming up. But a third goal would just have finished it.
Well, what a chance up the other end. St Johnstone just coming in there, and a great shot. And McLean is inches away from just getting a touch on it. I'm just looking there, he's stretching out, Ruffy. You can even see on the slow-mo, he's stretching out there and he just can't get a touch on it.
Yeah, and he's the kind of guy that usually tucks him away. He's always in or thereabouts, and that's a big let-off for Hibs. There have been a lot of games they haven't been able to see the game out, so they'll be hoping they can do this one.
Yep, and I'll tell you, Stranraer, Willie Gibson has scored 2-0 against Brecon, and I was just looking there. I thought one of our reporters had fallen off the gantry. I just heard as well.
I'm glad you see you just fell off the gantry.
One of those moments.
I thought you tuned into something else.
You didn't want him to injure himself, but he's okay. He's okay. He's safe. He just hasn't followed the rules stipulated by Ruffy. And I can tell you, 4-2 Annan Athletic, a debut goal for Jago against Elgin City. That's a good win there, Gordon Smith, for Annan.
Yeah, well, as I say, considering they lost their last 4 games, I mean, a great win in the Cup against Hamilton and then 4 league defeats. That is a good win today, because Elgin are sitting up the top. Annan have been moved down from top spot, they were into 4th spot, but now they've moved up a bit, so they've done well. But Dundee have got a penalty.
Penalty to Dundee.
2 minutes to go.
What a chance. Hey, I tell you, if you're going to score a goal to equalise...
Who do you think will take it? Harkins?
I think it'll be Stewart.
Do you think so?
What do you think? Hemmings?
Hemmings, I think.
I think Hemmings.
Because it's a big nerve to take it now, a minute to go.
Hemmings, I would say.
Absolutely. If you've got the bottle, you go and you take that. Goal. There it is, back of the net. Right. And Dundee have the equaliser. I'm just looking there. Hemmings has scored. It's Hemmings steps up. He was the man with the bottle. Puts the ball in the back of the net, and look at Mark McGee there. Mark McGee is raging because just when it looked as if they were going to get all 3 points, Ruffy.
Yeah, and all credit to him. The celebration was kept low down and just celebrating with his own players and not upsetting anybody.
Well, there's Bernardino.
All the way back to the halfway line.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, I'm just looking here at Kane Hemmings, and there it is, Macca. It's just exactly what we're talking about. Kane Hemmings has scored a goal. He's turned round to his mates. He's shaking everybody's hand, and then just walked straight back without a smile on his face to the halfway line there. So no enjoyment whatsoever. And the Dundee fans are leaving in single file, as Ruffy has stipulated. I'll tell you right now, it's Jason Cummings going off. James Keatings is coming on at Tynecastle Place, where he used to play in the Maroon of Hearts. But Cummings getting a standing ovation, and rightfully so. Also, I can tell you right now, it's Portsmouth 1, Bournemouth 2. So it looks as if the Premier League side has prevailed there. So there you have it. We're keeping you right up to date with all the goals as they fly in everywhere. Information coming in my ear across every possible bit of technology that we have at our disposal here on a Saturday afternoon. You can interact with us at Peter and Ruffy on Twitter. Give us your thoughts on some of the things we've been discussing today.
West Brom,
Peterborough. What a late one that was. West Brom 2, Peterborough 2 in the FA Cup. And I can tell you, what a chance there at Kilmarnock. I'll just tell you, Kilmarnock 0, Hamilton Accies 1, and Dackall to Emery. Emery's put it high and wide for Hamilton Accies as well.
Not like him.
It's very much not like him because Dougie Emery is usually a star for the Accies. So There we have it, and just after Berahino had put West Brom back in the league, Peterborough get that equaliser.
No, he's a good. I mean, we all know how good a player he is, Berahino, and you can't give him any kind of space. He's a young player, and he's going to go really far in the game if he gets his head down and gets better advice than what he's been getting. That's for sure. I think that's what Tony Pulis was trying to make out. He's been getting different kind of information. So he's a young boy, and if he buckles down, plays his football, and does what he's good at, and he'll go really far in the game, I think.
Okay, 2-2 there in the FA Cup. We'll keep you right up to date with all the goals. Looks as if it's going to be a share of the spoils at Dens Park. Looks as if the Ackies are going to get all 3 points at Kilmarnock. And let's have a quick look at the scores before we get those full-time reports for you. Dundee 2, Motherwell 2, Kilmarnock 0, Hamilton Ackies 1 in the Championship. The all-important game at Ibrox, Rangers 0, Falkirk 0, St Mirren 2, Alloa 1, and Dumbarton 1, Livingston 0. And in League One, it's Peterhead 5, Albion Rovers 1, Stranraer 2, Brecon City 0 in League 2, and Athletic 4, Elgin City 2, East 5-2, Clyde 0, and East Stirling 0, Arbroath 3. And the all-important scoreline from the League Cup semi-final. Today, Hibs still leading St Johnstone by 2-1, and Tommy Wright's men have just come close, but can't quite convert the chance once more for the Perth club, and Hibs getting ever closer to a League Cup final appearance. And what a performance that would be from Alan Stubbs, getting Hibs to a major final.
Yeah, I have to say, since Alan Stubbs there, he went there, he's taken his time gradually, got the players in that he wanted, the right kind of player in. You know, we've all watched it grow with him, and he deserves it. He deserves all the credit. You know, he's not had a lot of money to throw about, but he's identified players that have come in and done a job, and full credit to him.
Nottingham Forest 0, Watford 1, right at the death, 89th minute, Macca. That will send them through.
Well, of course it will. I don't think Nottingham will come back from that, and especially up there, they've been doing quite well. But Watford, the one of the clubs that have came up and they've been a breath of fresh air, the same as Bournemouth. They've all been playing decent football, and it's great to watch. It's great to watch. But the thing is, as Ruffy says about going back to Hibs, Alan Stubbs he wanted his own men in. He's got his own men in, and that could be the big difference between Hibs and Rangers, because Warburton's asked for players and he's not got them.
That's right.
He's getting players that he's not asked for.
Well, that could come in. That could come home, especially the fans, because of what's happened. If the fans see what's happening today, you know, if they don't win this game today, Rangers, it'll be a double celebration for Alan Stubbs tonight. You know, actually getting, if he gets through in the cup into the final, and Rangers have dropped 2 points.
Yep, and I tell you, Rangers have just scored. Rangers 1, Falkirk 0, right at the death. And that is an unbelievable goal from Billy King on his debut. Pops up, he came on as a substitute, fires it into the back of the net. Rangers look as if they've got all 3 points, Gordon Smith.
Well, nearly just at the same time as I'm saying it, by double celebration, St Johnstone almost scored and Rangers got the goal to put them in front. I mean, that is a big goal. I mean, that turns out that's a great sign when you think about a great substitution. If that becomes a winning goal,
if both results stay the same, do you think O'Halloran will leave tomorrow?
Yeah.
No, that's what I think.
Possibly, yeah.
Okay,
I think he'd win anyway. But
yeah, I don't agree with either of you. But the other thing, look at the cross from Tavernier and the header from Billy King. If you're wanting the perfect start to your career at Rangers, that's it.
That's it. Well, there's no better place than going there, and the atmosphere would have been great for him. And he's came on, and you know, there'll be a few songs made of him, and he's come on and got to go. He just can't. It just doesn't get much better than that for a player to go to. Ibrox or Celtic Park, whatever the big club that you support, you go there and score your debut.
I mean, it's a big win. I mean, I know it's a very late goal. It doesn't matter when you score it, but if that turns out to be the scoreline, that's a good win for Rangers today. Because I say there are not many teams that are going to challenge Rangers in this league. There's only really Falkirk and Hibs, I think, can really give them a challenge. So to get a good win against Falkirk, as I say, Falkirk, a team who haven't lost since October. That would turn out, and as I say, it turns away now. I thought Alan Stubbs is going to be really
it's what we were
have a
talking
great
about.
day. I know,
What we were talking about earlier. He's
he
come
won't be
on.
too happy now.
Yeah,
The manager will
absolutely.
now be saying we're signing. That's what we wanted.
Yeah, if you, yeah, absolutely. That's what you do. You spin it.
I know.
But yeah, Mac is absolutely right. They'll undoubtedly be making up songs about him if there haven't been songs made up already. Billy King scores the winner, and I can't wait to see the back page headline trophy tomorrow. That's the only goal in that match. You remember fun, Ruffy? Remember fun?
I'm sure the subs will be working overtime on that one.
Absolutely.
I know.
They will be. And so will other people legally. It's,
Get the lawyers in.
look at that. Peterhead 5-1 finished at 2-2 at Dens Park, right at the death. It's been late show on this programme, although we're now into injury time in the League Cup semi-final. The Hibs fans still nervy because St Johnstone are piling on the pressure, Gordon Smith.
The St Johnstone haven't given up. I give them credit for that, and you know they'll be desperate to get something. They'll be throwing everything at it. I wouldn't even be surprised if they're throwing centre halves up front and just pumping the ball in the box, because that's what you do in these situations, because you're as well losing 3-1 as 2-1 in a game like that, so you've got to go for it, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely. This is the moment when if there's any kind of free kick, you throw the keeper up,
Right.
everything up.
Can you imagine that?
I still
Did you
remember
ever
the boy
go
from-
up?
do you remember the boy Kyle?
Too far to run back.
I was just about to say, you need, to be honest with you, Mackie, you need stamina to be able to run back the way.
Do some training.
Yes, but do you remember the Carlisle goalkeeper who scored that kept him in the division? That was a fantastic, and I can tell you,
Come on up.
it's full time at Tynecastle. Let's go to hear the thoughts of Craig Turnbull.
Time here at Tynecastle, it's Hibs 2, St Johnstone 1, and Hibs edge a step closer to Cup glory. It was Jason Cummings who started off Hibs with a terrific penalty on the half-hour mark after a fairly uneventful first half. Cummings then it was Henderson who was brought down in the box by Miller, and Cummings stepped up to stroke the ball home and send Manus the wrong way, much to the frustration from the Saints defence, who felt Henderson went down too easy in the box. To their credit though, it was a great response, and they got the equaliser through Joe Shaughnessy with a great header from David Witherspoon's corner. And in the second half, Hibs continued to pile on the pressure. Cummings missed a 1-on-1 and Dagnall fired wide, but they weren't to be denied a second goal when John McGinn fired a terrific 25-yard goal right into the bottom corner. And after that, St Johnstone pushed forward trying to find an equaliser to stay in the competition, but in the end it was Hibs who managed to hold on. Stubbs won this cup twice as a player. He's now got a chance to do it as a manager. Full time here at Tynecastle. Hibs 2, St Johnstone 1.
What a game. You can tell in the background there the delight from the Hibernian fans. What will that mean to the city?
I mean, from one side of the city, it'll be absolutely a tremendous night, and I have to say that Hearts have been the team in the city for a long time, and quite rightly so. But Hibs will enjoy their wee bit of success. I think they would have preferred if it was the Scottish Cup to get that monkey off their back, but that's not the case. But no, as far as a win in any semi-final, you just enjoy every minute of it, and I'm sure a large part of Leith will do that tonight.
Yeah, but it's Dundee 2, Motherwell 2, and a late penalty there from Kane Hemmings. It's a share of the points, and elsewhere down at Rugby Park we'll be going to hear from Derek Clark after the break as Hamilton Accies snatch all 3 points with a vital 1-0 win. St Mirren have scored a late goal to secure all 3 points, 3-1 against Alloa in the Championship. All the scores from all 4 divisions in Scotland will reflect on that League Cup score. Hibs are in the League Cup final. They'll play either Ross County or Celtic. So that's all to look forward to coming up, and you can interact with us at Peter and Ruffy on Twitter and Facebook.com/Peter and Ruffy. Welcome back to Peter and Ruffy's Saturday Football Show. Join us if you can every Saturday, 2 o'clock till 6. We bring you all the latest from all 4 divisions in Scotland, and of course keep our eye on what's happening in England in the top flight at FA Cup weekend. Here in Scotland, there's more than our fair share of drama over the course of this afternoon, because Hibs have booked their place in the League Cup final with a 2-1 win over St Johnstone. We'll get the thoughts of both managers to that game. At the end of 90 minutes, it's Hibs who are contemplating the final against either Ross County or Celtic. There's been drama also in the Premiership in Scotland. 2-2, late equaliser from the penalty spot for Dundee gives Paul Hartley's men a share of the points. And down at Rugby Park, Derek Clark watched Kilmarnock against Hamilton Accies.
Yeah, full time here at Rugby Park. It's finished. Kilmarnock 0, Hamilton 1, and it's Carlton Morris who's a hero for Accies when his header secured Accies' first win in 17 attempts, and more importantly takes them 4 points clear of their relegation rivals. It was a forgettable first half. The only real flashpoint was an Ali Crawford sitter on 17 minutes when he lofted the ball wide when one-on-one with Jamie McDonald. Accies took charge of the game in the second period though, and probably deservedly went ahead through Morris when his header from an Ali Crawford corner found at the back of the net. Dougie Imrie should have put the icing on the cake on 86 minutes when he blazed over the bar when Alex Dacall lit it on a plate for him. Killie struggled to really test Michael McGovern in the Accies goal. The closest they came was a Chris Boyd free kick that smacked the crossbar midway through the second half. But the boos rang out at the full-time whistle on Gary Locke. The pressure's well and truly on the Killie gaffer. It's finished here at Rugby Park. Kilmarnock 0, Hamilton 1.
Yeah, how much pressure do you think is on him, Gordon Smith?
A lot of pressure, there's no doubt about it, especially when they're not getting home results, and today, because Hamilton got that win, they went 4 points clear of Kilmarnock, and they've left Kilmarnock in that second bottom spot. Dundee United are quite well behind Killie. I mean, there's an 11-point gap, but Dundee United now have 2 games in hand, so they can actually pull up 6 points if they get a bit of form and make the gap 7 points. So that gets achievable if they could squeeze it to that. Dundee United could catch them.
Yeah.
And Killie, Partick Thistle have gone into third bottom position today because they didn't have a game. And Motherwell were a bit disappointed because they could have moved a bit above, but Hamilton actually went above Motherwell as well today. So they jumped both Motherwell and Partick.
Yeah, I'm looking at the table, and Partick Thistle have got 3 games in hand over Hamilton Accies.
Yeah.
That they've still got to play, and again, you've still got to win and get the points on the board. But it's worrying times for Kilmarnock. Second bottom playoff place, and the games are running out. And Gary Locke will know they've got a job to do there. We will get reaction from Kilmarnock against Hamilton Accies. Martin Canning will be a happy man. Give us your thoughts, Accies fans, at Peter and Ruffy on Twitter and facebook.com/Peter and Ruffy. We are going to talk Ross County Celtic in the other League Cup semi-final coming up next on the programme. Who's going to be the happy man at the end of the 90 minutes at Hampden tomorrow? Will it be Jim McIntyre or Ronnie Dyler? Hasn't mentioned to the players about a treble, but I think they know it's on the cards. Welcome back to Peter and Ruffy's Saturday Football Show. Lots to talk about on the programme. Hibs are in the League Cup final. Who's going to join them? Will it be Ross County or Celtic? We'll also get reaction from the scores today. We'll bring you the full-time scores right across the country and also discuss some of the FA Cup matches as well. Will there be a shock tonight between Liverpool and West Ham? Frank McAvenny has laid his colours firmly on the floor for us. It's definitely West Ham you want to see going into the next round of the FA Cup. And when I think of West Ham and FA Cup, I automatically think of the 70s and towards the 80s as well. Trevor Brooking playing for West Ham.
Alan Devonson crossing for Brooking to score with a header against Arsenal, wasn't it? Scored in the cup final. It was a magnificent team. But they're doing well. Listen, I think they beat Arsenal, Liverpool twice this year. So it would be a great feat for them to go there. They went to Anfield and won the first game at Anfield in 50 odd years. So who knows, to go up there, because Liverpool, I know you tipped them a while back and people seem to have forgot that, but you tipped them for the league.
Yeah.
And then West Ham went up and beat them.
A moment of madness on my part. I was
But they're not the
blinkered.
team. I think Klopp's got to get his own players in. He's got to get his own players in. And but they're doing all right. They're attacking, but I think West Ham, if they get the players up, get the players fit, they can get a result up there.
Yep, okay. It was indeed a moment of madness. We've all done that, Ruffy. We've suggested a team due to our allegiance to them. I thought Dalglish, Souness and Hansen were still playing for them. I was blinded by that fact, but it just hasn't materialised quite at the moment. Gordon Smith, just before we go to the break, the significance of that Billy King goal today for Rangers. When you talk about late goals, Rangers have proved this season you can't count them out even in the dying minutes.
No, I mean the thing is at times they've scored a few early goals too. I mean the start of games have got well, but that's what you're looking for at Rangers. One of the things I found when I was there was there was an expectancy of actually playing every game. Celtic's probably exactly the same. You're expected to play every game to the 93rd, 94th minute. You never give up till it's finished because the fans are demanding a win. And it was 0-0. Falkirk doing great, and then Rangers have got that, and these wins are crucial. It doesn't matter how you get them. The main thing is to win, and that's a crucial victory.
It is amazing what a goal can do. Because we were already start asking questions.
Only because of the Hibs result, I know.
No, even Rangers, if there'd been nothing each, we would have been talking about our Rangers on a slide. We would be talking about the transfer, what's happening, and the supporters as well would be asking. And then you get a goal. And it just goes away.
It goes on results at the end of the day. It does, doesn't it? I mean, the thing about it is, it's as I say, I thought Alan Stubbs will be half celebrating now getting to the final, because that's a great. And their next game is Hearts in the Cup too.
Yeah, it could be a huge week. It's also going to be a huge week for Ronnie Deila and Celtic. Can they get past 3 crucial games for them? Certainly Ross County. If they can get past Jim McIntyre's side, then that is the treble still alive and well. But of course, Aberdeen coming up on the 3rd of February at Pittodrie is a huge one, as well as a Scottish Cup game against East Kilbride on the horizon. over St Johnstone, and congratulations to Alan Stubbs and his men. What about the other scores across the leagues in Scotland? Let's look to the Premiership first of all, and it was a day when I think Dundee will feel more than happy that they got a late equaliser against Motherwell. Dundee 2, Motherwell 2 at Dens Park. Kilmarnock 0, Hamilton Accies 1. More pressure for Gary Locke after that defeat to Martin Canning's side. Into Championship now, and there is a significant goal from Billy King on his debut. Header. Rangers 1, Falkirk 0. St Mirren 3, Alloa 1. A good win for Alec Ray's side. And Dumbarton 1, Livingston 0. Into League 1 in Scotland. Peterhead 5, Albion Rovers 1. Stranraer 2, Brecon City 0. And in League 2, Annan Athletic 4, Elgin City 2, East Fife 2, Clyde 0, East Stirlingshire 0, Arbroath 3. So that's how it looks in all 4 divisions in Scotland. And of course, we mentioned the League Cup semi-final. Hibs are into the final. And I think on the evidence, certainly of the second half as well, Ruffy, Hibs well deserving of the place.
Yeah, it looked as if Hibs had all the chances. It looked as if the main players, McGinn, was in the game quite a lot, creating chances. And I think we all knew that at 1 each, there was always a chance where the players that St Johnstone had. I think they came close a couple of times. And then the second goal goes in, and then you've just got to show another side of your game. You have to see a game out, which in a semi-final can be very difficult sometimes. You're just going to sit back and take everything the other team can throw at you. But all credit to them, they've sought out, and it'll be a great day when it comes round.
Yeah, it's a massive signal to everyone that Hibs mean business there. A treble is still alive, Gordon Smith.
A treble's still on the go, definitely, and because obviously they've got the Scottish Cup tie coming up next week against Hearts. That'll be a massive game now, because you look at Hibs must get tremendous confidence from it, because all credit to them. This would be regarded as a marvellous campaign they've had in the Cup, League Cup, because they've knocked out 3 Premiership sides, and they're going to get another one in the final. It'll be Ross County or Celtic. So if they go on and win it, I think they deserve a lot of credit, because some teams get to finals never having played any teams in the higher division, but they've done it, knocked 3 of them out, and they've got, as I say, they've got a hard game to come in the final, obviously, but they're still pushing for the league. I think today sort of ruled out Falkirk for the the championship, in terms of a lot of people are saying it's a 3-way competition for the championship. I don't think it is anymore. Falkirk have gone 10 points behind Rangers, and Rangers have got a game in hand over them. So if they're to win that, it's too big a gulf, I think, now for Falkirk.
To be honest, I think Falkirk will just try and get second. That's forget about Rangers. They'll not catch Rangers. I don't think.
No, I don't think they will
after
now.
Today, but
I think
they will believe to the end. Listen, Peter, who's well known, he will make them believe that they'll catch Hibs right up to the end.
I think realistically, if he's in the top 4, as far as Falkirk's concerned, that's where he would want to be.
Yeah,
he'd want to give him a chance. He'd obviously like to be where Hibs are, where he's going to play less games. But
they're going to be in the top 4.
Yeah,
I mean, Hibs.
Yeah, I know, but you want
Hibs
to
are
go
going to be
second,
third. Hibs are going to be third at worst. You know what I mean? They want to be second, but they're going to be third at worst. But I think that rules them out today for the challenge for the championship. I think a lot of people say it was a 3-way race, but it's not anymore.
No.
As far as the other League Cup semi-final is concerned, it's Ross County against Celtic. Red hot favourites, Ruffy. Celtic, I think when you look at their team, I think Zvyachenko's got a chance of making his debut as well.
Well, they're going into the game in good form, and they're going into the game scoring lots of goals. If you want to go into a semi-final, that's the kind of things you want to be into. You don't want to go into the back of a poor result. Everybody's going into the game, as far as Celtic's concerned, positive. Everybody's talking up everything Lee Griffiths, and they're talking about the way they're playing. And Ross County will come down and try and spoil it. They'll come down and set out their stalls, to frustrate Celtic. I just think the only hope that Ross County have got is there's a lot of young players in that Celtic team who have never had to deal with this kind of pressure before to get into a final. And the only chance I think they've got is if they can try and get them into a freeze situation where the fans aren't too happy about what's happening, and they only can do that by scoring goals. So, as far as I'm concerned, Ross County, to do anything in this game, need to score first.
Yeah, well, and if they're going to score first, Gordon Smith, you know, what a huge boost for the team when they walk out there and they know they've got Liam Boyce there.
Yeah, I mean, Boyce being back fit again is a big factor, no doubt about it. And I mean, there was days gone by. I mean, Ross County had a major win against Celtic in a semi-final, and that was a total shock. And I think, to be honest with you, I think if they won tomorrow, it would be a shock as well. Even though they're a Premiership team now, they're sitting in the top four. It would be a shock. Celtic have beaten them twice already this season, home and away. They beat them 2-0 at home and 4-1 away. So you think to yourself, Hampden Park, big playing surface, can you see any problems for Celtic? I don't actually. So I might be wrong, but I just can't see past Celtic winning this game.
Yeah, but when you put them head to head, you've got Griffiths, who's the goal scorer supreme in Scottish football. But at least you know they've got some firepower. I mentioned, boys, 17 goals is good in anybody's book, but 17 goals for a provincial club like Ross County, who are, again, when you look at their season, Mark, they're sitting fourth in the table.
Yeah, well, he's got them all, and we know dodging it, they're up there, and they're getting the players to enjoy their football. And to score 17 goals at any club is a good comeback for any striker. So, yeah, he'll be delighted and he'll be happy. It just depends on how fit Boyce is, because he's just coming back, and it depends how, because we all know, the three of us know, Hampden's an awful big pitch, and Ruffy won't know about running about in it, but you know, when you're outfield player, it's an awful big pitch.
Isn't it amazing? He looked at you there, Ruffy, just to think, has he ever been at Hampden? Forgetting your 53 caps, Ruffy, playing at the highest level.
I was talking about running. I was thinking about running, doing a lot. I was thinking, he never even come out for crosses now.
That's a very good point, Mark.
But it's a big, you know what I'm saying, it's a big playing field.
It will suit Celtic, what Mark is saying.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, the style of football they play, you know. But again, you know, I'm like Macca, you know, I don't understand why Celtic don't play two strikers.
I know.
Particularly at Hampden. Lee Griffiths has got a long run up there himself, you know, if he's going to need support for midfield, which they will do, they'll get up and support him. But again, you know, I think Jim McIntyre has done very well since he's went there. He's got his team organised. It's one of these days for Ross County that everything has to fall into place for something to happen. And we've been to games where, and particularly at Celtic, look at last year when we thought, this is a foregone conclusion. Craig Gordon gets sent off, you know, and all that, everything that goes with it. These things can happen in semi-final games. Something like that would have to happen for Ross County.
Yeah, but the other side of the coin, Peter, you've got to have Ross County playing to the best of their capabilities. But I think you've also got to have Celtic not playing, not turning up. And we know that in certain occasions this season, the Celtic performances, they've not turned up and put a performance in. If they put a performance in tomorrow, they'll win the game. I just don't think any of us are going to disagree with that.
I think the boost they've got is, I mean, Forrest just got new contact, but Mackay Stevens suddenly came good last week.
Has James Forrest signed it? Has he signed it yet?
I think he's signing new deals, you know.
No, he's been offered. He's been offered close to him. He's been offered 4 years, but I don't understand
but
it.
Mackay Stevens has just come good, you know what I mean? And they've got a lot of quality. I think that's why they don't play two strikers, because they've got a lot of mobility throughout the team. I think McGregor's a good player. I don't think he gets
Why
enough.
would you keep buying strikers if they don't want to play two?
Well, I know, they keep buying it. I think it's because
I just don't understand it.
They put the one striker under pressure. They don't want to play two together, I don't think.
Are we getting too hot under the collar about the fact that he doesn't play you know, two strikers? You know, the criticism of Ronnie Dyla's side you know, of late has been that it's not entertaining, and at times there are games that Celtic feel they should have been winning out. They should have been winning it out of sight. But now you have a situation where suddenly they've managed to get Patrick Roberts from Manchester City on an 18-month deal, Ruffy, on loan from Manchester City. This guy is, 12-13 million pound signing. I think for Celtic's point of view, for 18 months to get someone of that stature in a market that they can't afford.
I think there's pluses and minuses in this one. You know, the pluses are any manager will take a decent player, and the boy must be decent. You know, he hasn't done that much. He's obviously got his future ahead of him. It remains to be seen. He won't be the first person to come up with big, you know, pluses against him. And we don't get what we see, sort of a thing.
He might be terrific, Ruffy, but
Yeah.
do you know how many starts he's had in his
Yeah,
career?
exactly. You know, that's
2.
it. You know, and he's never experienced.
He started 2 games in his
He's
whole
never
career.
experienced playing in front of 40,000 people. He's never experienced the highs and lows of playing well and not playing. But that's not to say the boy won't do it. The main thing for me, the minus thing for me, is Ronnie Delia has always come out and said the Celtic football team, as they are now, is about buying young players, progressing them, selling them on, and then making a profit.
Yeah.
That doesn't fall in.
No, it
That doesn't fall
into
into place with that.
I
It
agree.
just hits everything right out the window.
I agree.
That there are players there who be want to progress. I just don't. I
But
don't.
do you
I
think,
don't
do you
see
think
it.
there's players there that can? I mean, progress to what? The players that are there have not done it in Europe.
Well,
So that's the only place that they can
well,
progress.
if I was Mackay Stephen and he took my place,
Yeah.
if that's where he's going to play, if I was Mackay Stephen, I'd be saying, wait a wee minute,
Yeah.
you brought me here as a young player, you've told me I'm going to get games, and then you bring somebody from Man City who you're not
Okay,
going to
I
make, you're
understand
not
what
going
you're
to
saying,
make, you're
but-
not going to make any money on. All you're doing is making him a better player for
Right,
Man
okay,
City.
but when was the last
and then
time,
he's
as
going
Peter
back.
says, when was the last time Celtic could go into that bracket of getting a £14 million player? No matter though he's only 18, he's got to be a head and shoulders above everyone else.
I agree with you, but he's 14 million because Man City pay that, and
Of
they pay
course, I
totally
understand
over the
that,
odds
I
in
know.
England for players.
Yeah,
Sorry,
but my point here.
Was it not 12 million, was it?
14 was it?
Well,
14.
the point
He
is
got 2
this,
million signed on
whether
to.
he's 12 or he's 14 million, he's in a bracket that Celtic can't
Yes.
afford to buy that player. And the other thing here, you know, that you've got to look back on the evidence. Celtic can't get to the group stages, roughly, with the
Yeah.
current crop of players
No.
they have. They have to, by hook or by crook,
Right.
get players
How?
that are above their spending power that could maybe get them there. If they get them there, it's worth paying 18 months of a deal to a
Yeah.
player who's a higher calibre that might net you £20 million in the Champions
but why
League.
throw it out there that isn't your policy?
But
You've thrown it out there to all the supporters. We can't afford to buy big players
Ruffy,
because we're not in
players,
the
Who
bracket.
cares
I
about?
know.
What are you looking
players,
for? Utopia?
No,
Do you want
all
somebody
I'm
to be
saying-
unbelievably
no,
transparent
all I'm
about
saying
the
is if I'm a
policy?
Celtic player like Mackay Stephen, if I'm Armstrong,
not
and
good
if I'm
enough.
Roddick, and this boy's coming in,
Ruffy, that's
If
business,
they're not
Ruffy.
good enough.
Ruffy, that's
They're not,
business.
they're not good enough
how
to
do you
take.
know they're going to be better than this guy?
Well, exactly, but
all
you've got
this,
to take a chance.
all this guy's got £12 million against him.
got to take a
and as
chance,
Gordon
ain't
said,
you?
he's played 2 games, and you're wrestling on
But
getting
what
into the
we're
Champions
saying
League
is,
with
do
this
you not
guy.
think? Do you not think if you can get a quality player that look everyone thinks he
Wait,
is?
was Juninho a quality player? A world-class
Wait a
player?
minute. Hold on a minute.
No, you
what
should
you're
think-
what you're doing is
It's throwing
you're-
I'm throwing names in who haven't been a success.
Yeah, but absolutely.
So there's no
But wait a
guarantee
minute,
this guy
Ruffy,
is going to be a success.
Your argument is based on the odd player that you've thrown in from a different era, a different
I
set
could
of
throw tons of
circumstances.
players.
Well,
I could throw in £4-2 million
But can I
players
tell you
that
something?
Celtic signed and failed.
Celtic could swallow a Juninho failure because they had players of a higher calibre there who could get them to the
Yeah.
Champions League group stages. The
Yeah.
player you're talking about in the Martin O'Neill era didn't kick a ball. You're right, he was a failure for Celtic, but they had players of a standing that could get them into the group stages. They have dropped 2 or 3 leagues, and I actually am amazed that you said I've yet to see a club who is so transparent that they will tell people what their big plan is.
But that's what they do.
No,
They
by
do.
hook or
That's
by-
what they,
no, they
Celtic
don't,
did.
Ruffy. No, they
Celtic
don't.
Delia came
By
out
hook
and
or
said
by-
this is the way, with the situation that Celtic are in just now,
When
this is
did
the
they say that?
this is the policy of the club.
No,
We're going to buy all young players in. You all agree with that?
No.
We're going to buy
No, I
young
never said
Scottish
that.
players. Yes, he
He says he
did.
was brought
Yes,
in
he
to
did.
bring the young players through.
Yeah,
That's what he was doing.
Who's he buying?
Not buying, he
Scott
bring
Allen.
the young players through.
Scott Allen, young player.
Ryan
Mackay
Christie.
Stephen, Ryan Christie. So now a guy from Man
Ruffy,
City's
Do
coming
you
up.
think that group of players is good enough to get them to the Champions League?
I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is
how we
if
know
the
though, Frank?
policy,
How do you know this
if
boy's
the
good enough?
policy is to
But
bring
it's not, it may not be, but...
It's in 2 games, how do you know?
Well,
Frank, so you're Ryan Christie, and you've been brought to the club to
Ryan Christie's not going to get many games, I don't think,
Yeah.
anyway. So
Well,
there's that too many
hold on,
players
all
hold
there.
on.
I'm saying is if the policy of the club is to bring in young players, the young players, if I was a young player, I'd be sitting there going, like, I want a chance here. But you're bringing this guy up for Man
Well,
City.
can I tell you something, Ruffy?
I would be
Ruffy,
having
you're
thoughts.
you're being
No.
naive.
I'm
And
not-
I'll tell you
it's
why
not
you're being
naive at
naive.
all.
Let me tell you why you're being naive. Because I'll tell you what the policy is for the club. The policy is by hook or by crook,
Gets to the
win
Champions League.
trophies, get them to the Champions League. That's it.
Yeah, and a boy that's played 2 games and he's worth
So
12 million is the guy who's going to get...
He's a potential.
What happens if he turns out to be the
But we
player
don't
that's
know
worth
that.
14?
Ruffy.
But what happens if he
don't know
does?
that.
So you guys say he shouldn't be playing.
Listen, this is a guy who's arguing about referees all afternoon. He's a £12 million player who's been signed. You're right, he's only played 2 games, but he's got a greater potential, they see, than what they have there available to them.
But down in England, how many £12 million players have you saw that have been a success?
Well, up in Scotland, tell me anybody who's potentially worth 12 million who
Oh, well, they're not going to pay that up here, are they? Right, so they pay it down in England.
Yeah, but
You know,
people in England won't pay it for all that.
Why are you arguing the point?
My point is...
Something's wrong with him today.
Arguing the point for the young players who are at Celtic Football Club.
Tough luck, Ruffy, if they can't get into the
Is
Champions League.
If you're signing me and you're telling me that this club is all about young players getting a chance and bringing through, and I'm signing for you, and then you bring somebody else in, I'm going to be upset.
Ruffy, can I ask you something?
Oh, how do you know?
Can I ask you something, Ruffy? Do you honestly believe in the big bad world that people don't understand
Don't tell
that
lies.
if they don't get a game, it's because they're not good enough?
Have you got problems with this?
Can you not? Can you grasp that?
That's the only point I'm making.
What happened when you were at Hibs and you saw Andy Goran coming in? Did you start to say to yourself, wait a minute?
Well, that's a different situation. I was 36. I was 36. These are young boys.
That's young for a keeper.
They are young boys who have been signed. That is my point.
Look at Dino's off.
I know.
You can't apply yourself.
Yeah, he was 46, he was still diving about.
It's a big bad world.
I know,
At
it's
the
a
end
big
of the
bad
day,
world.
young players have to say to themselves, grasp the opportunity.
If this guy comes up now, if this guy comes up...
All I'm saying is don't put that out as a policy of the club then.
You don't know when it's heard that.
Listen, someone in your career, in all of our careers, and a guy who's a joiner right now has said, you're one of the finest guys, you're going to be part of this team, I want you to do really well. That's life. Sometimes you don't make it.
Yeah.
Sometimes somebody promises you something, they don't deliver it.
I agree
That's
with you,
life.
but see the scenario there, what happens, say you're saying Celtic's policy is to win trophies and qualify for Europe, right?
Yeah.
Okay, right, then if that's the case and you mark down these players and you say, why did you sign Mackay Stevens? Why did you sign Ryan Christie?
Hoping he's going to get better. Hoping he's going to...
And how will they get better?
Playing him? I don't say they're not playing him.
In the team.
Yeah, but I'm talking about champions.
So you're saying they're bringing this boy in, but they're not playing, they're not putting any of these boys in the
There's
team
loads of
to give
players
them
there.
their chance.
No, Gordon.
I don't understand what
This
you're
whole thing
saying.
is based on competition.
He's a good player,
Every
the boy.
one
If
of
he's a
them
good
has
player,
the
put him in.
opportunity to play themselves into the team.
Yeah.
But if they can load the side with a player that's out with their bracket that they can somehow get for 18 months, then he takes his place. If he doesn't cut it, then a Ryan Christie or a Scott Allen has to grasp their opportunity.
But Mackay Stevens...
the be-all and end-all for the chief executive and this manager, and Gordon Strachan said it to me on 1,000,001 occasions, win again, and then win again.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's right.
So it doesn't matter
But
who's
Mackay
You're signing these boys, you must be signing boys you think they're good enough as well.
Why don't you all just jump in and talk all over each other? Not make out
If
anything?
I'm Mackay Stevens, right, and just say it's Mackay Stevens' place that he takes for 18 months, and I'm on the sidelines
Not
for 18
months.
Aye, it is. If I'm for 18 months, I'm not getting a game for 18 months,
Yes.
and then the boy goes back to Man City and they go, right, and you come, you're back in again. You'd be like, I won't get raffled.
No, can I tell you something?
you talk some
You're
nonsense.
talking. Honestly, today,
God.
Ruffy, this has got to be your poorest day, isn't it? man?
Yeah, put it ever.
I'll tell you why. If you are on a 4-year deal as a player, and you've signed a deal and you're getting paid a substantial amount of money, and you haven't been able to force your way into the side, if the guy goes out and you don't want to take the opportunity at one of the biggest clubs in the country, then that's your problem. You move on. You move on. That's what
If this
football
guy
is
comes
all
in
about.
for 18 months and doesn't do it, Mackay Stevens will be back in.
But
If that's what you're talking
what
about.
you're saying.
He's got to play.
He
He's
could
got to
come in and get a
produce.
start. He might be good because
So
he's
if that's the case, then Mackay Stevens he's going to say, well, I've got to try and get
they've
into
paid
that
all
team.
that money for potential. They've
Yeah.
seen him at 18. He's had 2 games for Fulham and none for Man City so far. And they've seen him as potential and they've taken him. But what the message is, and I agree with Ruffy on this one, the message they've sent to all the players who have come in, who are at the club, and all the ones in the youth system coming through. Celtic are playing European games, they're in a European tournament, they're under 20s, all this sort of thing. You're more or less saying to them, we don't rate any of you as good enough to get a game.
But it's the same as every club.
No,
it seems difficult.
Not if your players already there, but if you're bringing in somebody on loan, you're not.
They've just brought in Bully King or whatever. So what's the difference?
Because
so the players at Rangers are going to say, "Oh, that's wrong. I'm going to go." Don't be silly.
Some of them might not be happy with that.
It's happened all my life. It's happened all your life. People get brought in. If you're not up to scratch, you're out and somebody else is in. It's as simple as that.
By hook or by crook, the ultimate here, and again, I love your sentiment, Ruffy. It's a shame for whoever is left out of the side, but the ultimate aim and the objective is get to the Champions League, take the 20 million. If a Ryan Christie or a Scott Allen get in the side and develop, we will sell them. We'll sell you. We'll sell Van Dijk. No, we're holding on to Van Dijk. No, wait a minute. That's 13 million. Thank you very much for your services. Go on. There is no sentiment in it. It's win again, and win again. That is it in a nutshell.
Nobody's disagreeing about win again, but if you're going to tell me a young boy who's played 2 games is going to take Celtic to the Champions League, I find that hard to believe.
But it's quality of players. It might need some of the players.
You've moved the goalposts again. You have moved the goalposts in that argument. I'm not going to take it on because we've still got lots of things to talk about with other sides. But you've moved the goalposts again, and the reason you've moved the goalposts again is nobody stated that he is the difference between getting them to the Champions League or not. He is one part of trying to load the bases to get them to the Champions League. And he's a part that they wouldn't have been able to go and buy. Can you go and buy Patrick Roberts, Celtic? No. We don't have 12 million to take a chance on somebody that's potential. And I take that point, Gordon Smith. He's potential, but he's better potential than some of the stuff that they've got there at the moment. And that's why they're taking the gamble.
Well,
it's a gamble.
The proof will be in the pudding then.
They have decided,
absolutely.
So they've had them looked at enough to know that he's better potential than the ones who've gone and bought. They have.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Absolutely.
Oh, of course, that's I think so.
We will hear from a number of the managers on the games today, and I think the one man who I think is absolutely delighted is Rangers manager Mark Warburton after that 1-0 win over Falkirk.
We know as a squad of players we were below our best today. It was a bit laboured. I mean, that's a bit of quality and a bit of self-belief, especially in the final third. But credit, we kept trying to do the right things. We were patient with the ball, and it was that patience that paid off with a good ball from Tab and a great run from Billy and a finish. So really pleasing, really pleasing. Sometimes you have to win ugly, and today was one of those. And Falkirk were organised, good quality, they're a real threat. So it was a tough test today.
What about that for an impact from Billy?
Yeah, he did well. He wasn't. I looked up, Tab got the ball looking for a wide right player. It wasn't there. And Billy doesn't know how we shape up, but all credit to him. Great time in the run and a good finish.
Good finish. What a debut. Billy King scores the winner. And that gave Rangers a 1-0 win against Falkirk. And it was a crucial one. And I think the key that Mark Warburton mentioned there again is patience, Frank.
Well, you've got to have patience. I mean, people keep saying it, you score in the last minute. The game's for 90 minutes. It's not 90 minutes, it's 90 plus whatever the referee puts on. And players have got to accept it. You've got to play until the final whistle. And all credit to Rangers. They've played, they've been hemmed down at times in the game. Their defence has come under a wee bit of stick recently. But they've got a 0 on the end of it today. And that's good for the defenders. And when you keep it 0-0, like Falkirk could have went up the park and scored, but they hit the bar. But it happened to be Rangers, and the boy come on, and what a dream debut. He always dreamed about that last night, coming on at Ibrox, full house, and getting a chance, and he's took it. And you've got to give credit to the boy for that.
Yep, and as you mentioned there, it's a significant gap between the two sides now. And I think Falkirk, as Ruffy mentioned, will be looking at top 4 and thinking, as long as we're in the playoffs, take each game in a one-off kind of a cup feel to it.
The worst they're going to be is third. I mean, nobody's going to catch Falkirk at all from the teams below them. I mean, they've got a huge gap over even Wraith, who are sitting 4th just now. So the fight that Falkirk have is to whether they're going to be second or third. That's the fight, really. But I think that Rangers have now, the 10-point gap that Rangers have over Falkirk is going to be significant, Peter. I think that, if Falkirk had any chance of being a contender for the league title today, I think finished that.
It'll be heartbreaking because it was in the last couple of minutes, Peter. They've done, a draw would have been a good result for them today. It'll be heartbreaking for them But
especially when I hadn't lost since October.
That's when the manager's got to earn his money.
And funnily enough, Ruffy, the strange thing about the way the playoffs is operating, you've got Wraith Rovers and Queen of the South in there, but Morton, Dumbarton and St Mirren could all make a charge for it, unless you're going to tell me differently, because you've argued, you've argued every part of the day.
No. I think Wraith Rovers, Queen of the South, they'll all fancy their chances, and Morton as well. It'd be a massive for the three of them. It'd be fantastic for them to get into the playoffs, and that would be way above probably their expectations at the start of the season. So no, they'll take it if it comes along.
Yeah. Do you see it as a two-horse race now with what Gordon was saying?
Yeah, I think so. I think all credit to Falkirk. They've kept it for the last month or two a wee bit that more exciting. There's nothing worse than just having two teams. We've had three teams, and all credit to Falkirk for putting in that shift again. As Frank said, to lose a goal so late on will be an absolute massive blow to Falkirk, and I wouldn't like to be in that dressing room today.
No.
Yeah, they'll be down. I think it's a significant moment in the race in the Championship. What about in League One? Dunfermline losing against Airdrie certainly was something we didn't see happening, but Peterhead got a good win, which I think significantly makes that division all about three teams.
Yeah.
You know, and the rest of them are going to fight for that odd playoff place.
Agreed, yeah. I think with Ayers' game being off today, the Fairman losing Friday night, Peterhead took advantage of it. They've been on a great run of late, but I think that just took them away from Albion Rovers. I think Albion Rovers will fight for fourth spot. They've got fight on with Stennismuir and Airdrie, who had a good win. But I think that at the end of the day, the title will be fought for the three teams. But I think the Fairman, although they slipped up on Friday night, last night, I'd be surprised if Dunfermline didn't win the league from the position they're in just now, but they'd have to keep things going. But Peterhead, as I say, are certainly a strong contender when it comes to playoffs. There'll be tough games. I mean, if it is Peterhead and Ayr United and Albion Rovers and maybe even Airdrie, it's going to be a real good playoff in that division.
Yeah, let's go to Rugby Park, because Derek Clark is there after hearing the thoughts of both managers. Derek, what a relief for Martin Canning to go into a press conference suddenly with 3 points and a chance to just talk about all the good things that Hamilton Accies did today.
Yeah, he's not managed to do that since the back of November. Yeah, he was delighted with the attitude and the work rate of his players today. He said they could have made it more comfortable in the end. Obviously, Dougie Emery had that chance. He blazed over the bar. But he says since that Celtic defeat, the players have showed great attitudes, and the clean sheets have shown that they've got the rewards from that. Michael McGovern also came in. He says it was this was the biggest game of the season for them, so he was delighted to get the 3 points. It shows that they have the fight to save themselves from relegation, but he said it doesn't mean anything unless they can build on it, obviously with Dundee United in a fortnight's time.
What about the flip side of that, which is of course Gary Locke? Everybody's talking here, Derek, about pressure, and he will be feeling it now.
Yeah, he certainly was. He was asked about that, if it was about the pressure. The boos were ringing out at the end of the game here. He says he expects that with the position that they're in at the moment, but he'd rather he get the stick rather than the players who are short on confidence at the moment. But he says the only way they're going to get out of that, if lacking of confidence, is if they dig in and work hard. So he certainly sees obviously short of confidence at the moment, but he says he's disappointed with the result here today. He says that neither team deserved to win the game, so bitterly disappointed. The pressure well and truly on the Killie boss here. Okay,
thanks to Derek Clark, who watched Hamilton Accies secure a 1-0 win, and that was a big win for the Accies. But again, significantly enough, Robbie, it doesn't take them away from this battle. It's just, as Gordon mentioned today, significantly all 6 teams could have been playing each other in that bottom half had it not been for the weather. Yeah, but the difference for Hamilton is it stops the run defeats. You know, it stops us talking about it's been so long since you've had a win and that kind of stuff. So that'll make the dressing room a lot happier place, and it means you can look forward to your next game than not. Yep, coming up in the next part of the programme as we head to this break, we'll be talking about it's a big week for Celtic fans. You can give us your thoughts at Peter and Ruffy on Twitter. Not only do you have Ross County on the horizon in the League Cup semi-final to see who's going to play against Hibernian, but there's a small matter of Aberdeen at Pittodrie. We'll talk about that league game as well in the company of Frank McAvenny, Gordon Smith and Alan Ruff. Welcome back to Peter and Ruffy's Saturday Football Show. The story of the afternoon. John McGinn is the hero in green and white for Hibernian. They are into the League Cup final with a 2-1 win over St Johnstone at Tynecastle. Cummings had scored a penalty, and then of course there was the equaliser for St Johnstone through Shaughnessy, but McGinn stepped up with the all-important goal that sent the Hibs fans heading to the opposite end of the city. Delighted with the win, and Alan Stubbs has got, the first part of his potential treble still on track. Can they catch Rangers in the lead? Because Rangers scored a late winner through the debutant Billy King on loan from Hearts. The header after James Tavernier crossed it into the box to send the Rangers fans home with all 3 points and a lead which I think, with the general consensus on the panel here today, consigns Falkirk to at least hoping they can do something in a playoff. It's down to what Hibs will do, and they've got a crucial game coming up also against Morton.
Yeah, good Morton, and then obviously Hearts as well in the Cup. So big games coming up. Morton will be a hard game for them too. Morton make it difficult for teams. And with that little gap that Rangers have got today, albeit Hibs have the game in hand, but they've got to close that. They need to, every time they get a game in hand, they need to win it if they're going to keep their championship thing going. But at the moment, their minds will be very strong on the Hearts game, because that's a big game next weekend. When a big derby match, and the fact is that they've done well against Premier League opposition this year, so they'll be quite confident they can go into the Hearts game and do well. But it's going to be a tough game for them. Yeah,
I was in Edinburgh talking to a few Hibbies last night, Ruffy, who mentioned the fact that this is a Hibs side that it's gone such a long time, consecutive wins. The mentality's changed. They're so happy with what Alan Stubbs is doing, with the calibre of player that they have, that they feel confident. Hibs sides of the past, you wouldn't have been confident of them, as Gordon says, knowing they have to go in and win something, but they've got players with that mentality.
No, I think every Hibs supporter would say, apart from when Alan Stubbs went there, that it's been a terrible 3 or 4 years. That there's been crowds there at 5,000 and 6,000, and I think everybody knows that given a successful Hibs team, there is a large support there. I think Alec McLeish proved that when they went down a division and they were winning everything. There was 15,000, 16,000 there. I'm not saying they're back to where they are, but Alan Stubbs has certainly put a lot of confidence in everybody, the players and the supporters. So he still needs to go that wee step further and achieve something. And then when he does that, he could probably go to another level. But I think his whole objective this year would be to get back into the SPFL. You'll take anything that comes along your way, but his main objective is to get back into the big time.
The biggest thing I think this year for what's happened with Hibs, the difference between Hibs and Rangers, when Rangers have come up against Premier League opposition, they fell a little bit short. Whereas when Hibs have played them, as you say, 3 times in the Cup, they've not let themselves down.
Yeah.
And and that's obviously a factor that he thinks they've got a team there. They won't need to buy many when they go up. Whereas I think Rangers need to buy when they go to Premier League. I think they need to buy a few players, decent players.
What do you think the reaction will be for some of the Hibs youngsters that can't get into the team because of the loan players that are there, Macca?
Like Stokes saying that? Yeah. It's obviously not happy, but
I wonder if you can acquire. Look at you shaking your head. No, I'm shaking my head.
Why would you
understand the mechanics of it?
Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
Alan Stubbs hasn't come out and stated the way ahead for the club is bringing in young players and giving them a chance and selling them on and making a profit.
So basically, that's what you're saying. If that's what I've never heard that anyway, but if that's what you're saying,
no, you must have heard it. It was all over the papers that they were going to buy young players, which they have done. Scott Allen, the boy Christie.
My job is to get the young players and push them and give them potential.
Yes. And that's what he's done.
But sometimes the boys are not good enough.
There are no promises in life, Ruffy.
No, there are no promises. But if you go out and make a statement of this is what I am going to do.
So you still play them if they're not good enough?
Well, we don't know if they're not good enough.
Well, they're not good enough because they're not getting us into the Champions League. So you've got to say, as a Scottish club, you want a big Scottish club like Celtic want to get into the Champions League. They've not been able to get in.
Well, if
So they're
Celtic
not
want to
good
get into the
enough.
Champions League, they better start buying players that will get them in, not taking players on loan.
Why?
Yeah. Listen, I'm going to intervene just on the grounds of sanity and go to Tynecastle. I'm going to speak to Craig Turnbull. Craig, you've been listening to the two managers. Alan Stubbs, I don't think you'll be able to, I don't think you'll be able to contain his delight at that performance.
Peter, he was, as you say, he was absolutely delighted that they managed to get the victory and reward the fans for their backing. He believed actually it was quite a close game, that they just about edged it. I thought actually Hibs had created more of the better chances, particularly in that second half. But yep, he says that the result underlines the quality of the Hibs side. They've knocked out Dundee United and Aberdeen to get here, and of course they've now knocked out St Johnstone as well. And he says he doesn't really care whether it's Ross County or Celtic in the final.
What about the reaction from Tommy Wright? Was he of the opinion that Hibs just edged it?
Yeah, he was disappointed with the performance. He said Hibs were the better side and they created the better chances, but he was particularly unhappy with the penalty that Hibs got in the first half. He felt that the actions of Liam Henderson convinced the referee to give the penalty, so he was a bit unhappy at that.
And a word for man of the match. Undoubtedly it will have been someone wearing green and white.
Yeah, John McGinn was tremendous today, Peter. He capped his fine performance off with a great 25-yard goal. Stubbs was actually asked in his post-match press conference with Gordon Strachan watching on today whether or not he would back McGinn for a Scotland call-up. He said that he was doing his chances no harm at all if he continues to produce performances like he did today.
Okay, thanks to Craig Turnbull there for the reaction from Tynecastle, where Hibs secured a 2-1 win. So they are into the League Cup final. And again, wise words from Alan Stubbs on this, because I can remember Gordon Strachan, talking about the fact that everybody and their granny suggests players that can make the step up. Alan Stubbs is not for a minute suggesting that. He's just saying, the incentive is there for McGinn. He's produced a great performance. He's produced a goal that wins the game for Hibs.
Yeah, I mean, what he's saying is not doing himself any harm. I mean, the boy has played at Premier League level. He's gone down to Hibs now, but he's playing with a good Hibs team. He's got a lot of good players around about him. And the thing about him, you're looking at his talent, and I think he's probably a type of player that we do need at international level. I think McGinn, somebody that runs with the ball and can beat people. I think at international level you should have players like that. We don't have enough of them.
Don't have enough of them. No, I don't. When Forrest plays for the international, he's good at that. You don't get enough out of James Forrest. I think he's a wonderful player, but you don't get enough games out of him. Don't get enough good performances out of him. But when he plays, there's nothing better to see him going by players. Yeah. And McGinn can do that, and I like seeing players that can go. Yeah. I don't see enough dribbling now. You don't see that, Peter, and it's like a lost. It's like a lost art in the game, isn't it? And He's
I'm sitting here like Sugar Ray Leonard, and I'm thinking, am I going to go for him again? I'm going to leave Ruffy on the basis that I want to hear, we've had the highs and the lows of managers talking. I want to hear from Peter Houston after what is a real body blow to Falkirk's chances of the championship title after that 1-0 defeat to Rangers.
Maybe I'm just biased or whatever, but I thought their goalkeeper had more saves to make than their goalkeeper. What we got to concern myself was the fact that the couple of chances that we did have, Blair should score in the first couple of minutes. John Baird and Will between them, the goalies saved it and then kicked off the line. Wills had a short second half, etc. I thought Fotheringham had more saves to make than Danny Rogers, whereas in the last match we played Rangers at the Falkirk Stadium when we won, Danny Rogers had pull off a couple of Wills class saves, so I can't ask for any better than the players. I thought we put in a fantastic shift today. Yeah, Rangers are going to have a lot of possession, but we were organised. We threw ourselves into good challenges, that we won the ball. We looked dangerous, I thought, in the counter-attack, so it shows you, I think it shows you how far Falkirk came over the last year or so. The fact that it takes 90 odd minutes before Rangers score a goal at home, a team who's scoring 4 and 5 every week against other teams in the league. So the positives I can take out of the game today is the fact that A, I felt we should have had something, but B, that we put, if we play like that against the teams who are below us, we should blow teams apart.
Peter Housen's reaction to that 1-0 defeat to Rangers in the Championship. Let's look at the Premiership today and the scores if you've just joined us on the programme. It was a game at Dens Park where Dundee looked as if they were going to lose out, but it was a Kane Hemmings penalty that secured a 2-2 draw against Motherwell. Hamilton Accies delighted with all 3 points in a 1-0 away win at Kilmarnock. Into the table in the Premiership, there it is there. Celtic will play Aberdeen on Wednesday night at the bottom end, at that bottom there with Partick Thistle, Kilmarnock. There is a team actually missing.
They've gone. They're gone.
Dundee United are
The producer has decided, unlike Ruffy, that Dundee United are gone. My apologies to Dundee United fans. It's been one of those days where
Ruffy done the league earlier.
yeah, absolutely. Ruffy will be complaining bitterly that Dundee United are not there. Listen, thank you for watching the programme today. My thanks to Macca, Gordon Smith and Alan Ruff. Apologies for people who think that Ruffy has completely lost the plot on this programme today, arguing for referees. He doesn't want any gestures. He doesn't want any fun in the game whatsoever. Doesn't want any loan signings either. So with that in mind, let's hope normal service will be resumed on Monday, or it'll be me, Macca and Gordon Smith on the programme, and Ruffy just living in his grey world. Thank you to everyone for joining us on the programme. See you later. Hey!